I drove up to the old cabin because I thought a few quiet days alone would finally clear my head. My mind had been full for months, crowded with stress and noise from work and life in general, and the idea of being in a small place in the middle of the woods felt like the only thing that could help me slow down. The cabin belonged to a distant relative who rarely used it, and I had the key. The place sat on a patch of land a couple of kilometers away from the closest paved road, surrounded by a thick forest that swallowed most sound. There were no neighbors, no passing cars, nothing but trees, dirt, and the old wooden structure that looked like it hadn't changed in decades. The air felt different the moment I stepped out of the car. It had that cold, sharp smell that comes right before winter, even though the trees were still holding on to the last bits of autumn color. There were old leaves all over the ground, layers and layers of them, and every step I took made a dry crunch that echoed a little louder than I expected. The cabin was quiet, the windows dusty, the wood darkened by age. It was exactly what I thought I needed. Inside, it smelled like old wood, dust, and the faint scent of the last person who used it. There was no power except for a small generator I planned to use only when necessary. Most of the time, I wanted things silent. I wanted to hear nothing but my own breathing and maybe the wind hitting the trees. I unpacked slowly, placing everything in the small kitchen area and setting my sleeping bag on the old bed frame. I checked the doors and windows, something I always did in unfamiliar places. They were all locked, but a few of the window latches were loose from age. I tightened the ones I could and made a mental note to avoid leaning on them. By late afternoon, the forest outside had already started to dim. That kind of early darkness that happens when clouds roll in thicker than usual. I stepped outside for a moment to breathe in the cold air and stretch my legs. The trees around the cabin stood tall and stiff, barely moving even though I felt a steady breeze on my skin. The ground was uneven, covered with dead branches and leaves that seemed untouched for weeks. As I stood there, I noticed something that gave me a strange feeling even though it barely registered at first. The trees closest to the cabin had marks on the bark. Not deep cuts, but long patches where the outer layer of the bark had been scraped away. They were clean and fresh, the wood underneath still pale. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was from deer or some other animal. I walked back inside, shut the door, and brushed it off. The first night felt normal enough. I heated a simple meal, read a little by lantern light, and tried to settle down. The silence outside felt heavier as the night went on, wrapping around the cabin until it felt like the whole world had gone still. There was no noise except the occasional pop of old wood expanding in the cold. When I finally lay down, the mattress underneath my sleeping bag felt stiff, but the warmth of the blankets kept me comfortable enough. I fell asleep slower than usual, but I slept. I woke up once in the night because I thought I heard something outside. It sounded faint, like footsteps dragging through leaves. Slow, uneven steps. But it stopped before I could fully focus. Maybe it had been branches falling. Maybe it had been an animal passing through. I wasn't sure, but I convinced myself there was no reason to be alarmed. The forest was full of life, even if I couldn't see it. I turned over and fell asleep again. The next morning, I stepped outside to stretch and breathe in the cold. The ground looked different than it had the day before. The leaves right near the steps of the cabin looked disturbed, like someone or something had moved them around. At first, I assumed an animal had sniffed around during the night, but then I noticed something that made my chest feel tight. The leaves weren't scattered randomly. They were cleared in a thin, uneven path, a direct line from the trees to the steps of the cabin. The shape wasn't smooth like an animal track. It was wider, longer, and straight, a human path. Someone had walked right up to the cabin in the middle of the night. I stared at it longer than I should have, trying to convince myself that I was wrong, that I was seeing patterns in random mess. But the longer I looked, the clearer it became. The leaves had been pushed aside by feet, not paws. Still, I tried to calm myself down. The land wasn't fenced. Anyone could have walked through at any time. Maybe someone had been hiking or exploring. Maybe someone had just wandered too close. It didn't mean anything by itself. But the uneasiness spread slowly through me, like a cold pressure in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I spent the rest of the morning trying to relax. I made coffee on the small camping stove I brought, wrote a few things in a notebook, and walked around the area just to get comfortable with the surroundings. The forest was thick but peaceful. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the wind seemed to avoid certain parts of the woods. At one point, I found an old path that looked like it hadn't been used in years, covered with moss and fallen branches. I followed it for a while until it became too dense, then turned back. When I returned to the cabin, something tiny but alarming caught my eye. The door wasn't shut completely, not wide open, just cracked slightly. I knew I had closed it. I was careful with things like that. Maybe the frame had loosened, or maybe the wind had pushed it open. But the wind wasn't strong enough for that. Not with the old heavy hinges. I pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside. Everything looked exactly as I left it, until I noticed the bag where I kept my food. It was still upright, but the zipper was slightly open. Not much, just enough to notice someone had touched it. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. It was as if someone had looked inside but didn't take anything. My chest tightened again, and the silence of the cabin felt suddenly heavier, as if the air had become thicker. I checked every corner of the small space, even though I already knew no one was inside. The cabin wasn't big enough for anyone to hide in. Still, I checked under the bed, behind the kitchen counter, even outside behind the cabin. Nothing. I locked the door again, this time pushing it firmly until I heard the old metal click into place. Then I checked the windows once more. They were still latched, though a few of them rattled loosely if I pushed gently. I pulled the curtains shut, even though daylight was still bright outside. I tried to calm myself again. I told myself I was tired. Maybe I hadn't closed the door all the way. Maybe I had left the bag slightly open without realizing. My mind kept trying to make sense of it, but the uneasiness refused to leave. The afternoon passed slowly. Couldn't relax. Every small noise made my shoulders tense. The forest outside no longer felt peaceful. It felt like something was quietly watching. I walked around inside the cabin, trying to distract myself by cleaning surfaces or checking my gear. But my mind kept drifting back to the disturbed path in the leaves and the door that had somehow opened. As evening came, the sky turned a dull gray that seemed to swallow any remaining light. The air got colder, sharp enough to sting my nose when I breathed. I set up my lantern again, its faint yellow light bouncing off the wooden walls. The inside of the cabin felt smaller than before, almost tight around me. As night settled in, the noises started again. Soft footsteps on leaves, slow, uneven, coming from somewhere close to the cabin. I froze in place, listening with everything I had. The steps dragged in short bursts, then paused, then dragged again. They were too heavy to be an animal. They were careful in a way animals never are. They were pacing just outside the cabin. The footsteps circled the place slowly, one side, then the back, then the far side, then the front again. I could hear the leaves shifting under weight. I could hear the air moving with the quiet motion of someone walking deliberately. I didn't move. I kept the lantern on but dimmed it slightly, hoping the light wouldn't show through the curtains too much. My breathing grew shallow without me realizing. The sound continued for what felt like an hour but might have been much less. Then it stopped completely. The silence afterward was worse than the footsteps. I didn't sleep that night. My mind kept replaying the pattern of steps, the slow movement around the cabin, the idea that someone had walked up to my door the previous night. I kept listening for new sounds but heard nothing else. Only wind, branches, and the faint ticking sound of the lantern cooling down. When light finally came through the curtains, I got up slowly. I felt drained, stiff, and sore from staying in one position for so long. I gathered the courage to open the door and step outside. The ground around the cabin was covered in fresh paths. Not just one, many. The leaves were pushed aside in circles around the cabin, and I could clearly see where someone had walked near the windows. One of the windows had a thin streak on it, like someone had pressed a hand there and dragged their fingers down lightly. The streak was faint but visible. I felt a sharp pulse of fear run through my chest. Real fear, the kind that makes your body feel colder no matter how warm your clothes are. Whoever was out here had been watching. Not hunting, not running, not passing by. Watching. I knew at that moment I should leave. I should get in the car and drive away without looking back. But the keys weren't in my jacket pocket where I usually kept them. I checked the kitchen counter, the sleeping bag, the floor, every place I could think of. They weren't anywhere inside the cabin. My heart dropped. The keys were gone. Someone had been inside the cabin while I slept. The rest of the day felt unreal. My hands shook every time I tried to do something simple, like pour water or pick up my backpack. I kept checking the windows over and over, making sure they were still shut. I locked the door again, then moved a chair in front of it even though I knew it wouldn't stop anyone determined enough. I tried to think of a plan, but my mind kept jumping from one thought to another, none of them helping. The sun moved slowly across the sky, and every minute brought me closer to another night I didn't want to face. I thought about walking out through the woods toward the main road, but the forest felt too unsafe. Whoever was watching me knew the area better than I did. They could be anywhere. As sunset came, the air grew colder than any previous night. The wind picked up, hitting the cabin with short bursts that made the walls creak. I sat against the back wall of the cabin, trying to stay alert. My breathing stayed fast even when I tried to slow it down. I kept replaying every moment of the past 2 days, trying to find answers, trying to understand who had been in the cabin and what they wanted. Then the footsteps started again. This time they were not slow. They were steady, deliberate, and coming straight toward the cabin from the trees. The sound of leaves being crushed under weight grew louder with every second. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the far wall. The steps reached the porch. The old wooden boards outside creaked lightly under the weight of someone standing right outside. Then the doorknob rattled, first softly, then harder. Someone was trying to open it, pushing it, twisting it, testing the lock. The chair I placed behind the door shook slightly as the force increased. The rattling stopped, and there was a slow scraping sound against the door, something sharp being dragged along the wood. The sound moved from one edge to the other, slow and deliberate, like the person outside wanted me to hear every second of it. My whole body felt frozen. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. I could hear my heartbeat so loudly I thought it might give away my position. I stayed pressed against the back wall, waiting, listening, hardly breathing. The scraping stopped. The footsteps moved again, but this time they circled the cabin with sharper movements, faster, almost impatient. The person outside walked in messy, uneven loops, brushing against the walls in some places. I heard something knock against a window frame. Then the steps stopped again directly next to the bedroom window. There was silence for a few seconds. Then a soft sound, almost like breathing, came from the other side of the thin wall. They were standing right outside, close enough that I could hear the faint exhale of air hitting the glass. I stayed there for hours. The footsteps moved every now and then, sometimes slow, sometimes quick, always staying close. Not leaving, not wandering off, just staying near the cabin, as if the person was waiting for something. The lantern eventually went out, leaving me in complete darkness. The cold grew stronger, and my fingers felt stiff and numb. I tried not to make a sound. I waited for the steps to fade, but they never fully disappeared. They drifted away only to return a few minutes later. I didn't sleep at all. When morning light finally crept in, the footsteps stopped completely. After waiting for a long time, I slowly approached the window and lifted the curtain a few centimeters. The ground outside was covered in fresh prints, messy lines circling the cabin over and over. A small object lay on the porch, placed intentionally in the center. I hesitated, then carefully opened the door. It was my car key, placed neatly right in front of the door. I didn't think. I grabbed the key, ran to the car, threw my things into the back without checking if anything fell out, and started the engine. The tires slid a little on the wet leaves, but the car pushed forward. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't look at the trees. I kept my eyes on the narrow dirt road even though my hands were shaking so much I could barely keep control of the wheel. It took almost 20 minutes to reach the main road. Every second felt like someone was right behind me, ready to step out from the trees. When I finally reached the pavement and felt the tires grip steady ground, I pressed the gas pedal harder than I intended. I didn't slow down until I was far from the woods. When I reached home later that day, I locked every door and checked every window multiple times. I didn't unpack for hours. My mind kept replaying the sound of footsteps, the scraping on the door, the faint breathing outside the window. The shape of the paths around the cabin stayed burned into my memory. I thought leaving the cabin would make the fear disappear, but days passed and the tension didn't leave my body. I kept waking up at night thinking I heard someone walking outside my home. I checked the yard every morning to make sure nothing had been disturbed. I found myself inspecting the bark of the small trees near my house, looking for fresh marks even though there shouldn't have been any. The worst part wasn't the footsteps or the scraping or even the missing keys. It was the simple, disturbing truth that stayed in my mind long after everything was over. Someone had been watching me the entire time. Someone who lived out there or hid out there. Someone who knew the woods far better than I did. Someone who had walked right up to me in the night, made it inside without waking me, taken my keys, searched my things, walked in circles around the cabin, and waited outside my door for hours. They never tried to talk. They never tried to break in. They never tried to steal anything. They only wanted to let me know they were there. And the way they left the key on the porch before disappearing into the trees made it clear that they could come back anytime they wanted. I never returned to that cabin again, and I never will. I went to the cabin because I wanted to spend some quiet days alone. I thought being away from everything would help me clear my head, especially after the stressful months I had been having. The cabin belonged to an old friend who told me I could use it anytime, and I never really cared to visit until that week when I felt tired of the noise, the traffic, and the constant pressure. The cabin was deep in the woods, far from any town, far from busy roads, and far from anything that could remind me of normal life. I thought it would be peaceful. I thought I would relax. But almost from the moment I arrived, something felt wrong, and even though nothing supernatural ever happened, the things I saw and the things I heard were real enough to make me feel a kind of fear I had never felt before. The road leading to the cabin was narrow and rough. My car shook the entire time as it moved over old gravel and uneven dirt. I remember looking at the trees around me as I drove and noticing how thick they were. They stood so close together that they blocked much of the sky. The deeper I went, the darker it became, even though it was still daytime. When I finally reached the cabin, it sat alone in a small clearing, with grass that was too tall and a yard that looked like nobody had touched it for months. My friend had told me he didn't visit very often, but seeing how overgrown the place was made me think it had been much longer than he claimed. The cabin itself looked old but stable. The wood was dark from age, and the windows were covered in dust. There was a small porch with a railing that leaned slightly outward, and a single step that creaked loudly under my weight when I climbed it. Inside, the air smelled like dust and old wood, but it wasn't terrible. It was the kind of smell that came from a place nobody lived in, not a bad smell, just a lonely one. I unloaded my bags and placed them inside the cabin. The interior was small, only one bedroom, a main room with a table and 2 chairs, and a tiny kitchen area with an old stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was no electricity. My friend had warned me about that. I brought a lantern, some candles, and extra batteries. I had planned to keep everything simple anyway. After setting up, I walked around outside, just trying to get a feel for the place. The clearing was wider than I first noticed, and the trees around it stood like a thick wall. The quiet was heavy, almost too heavy. There were no distant cars, no planes, no people. Only the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional sound of a bird somewhere above the canopy. The silence made me more aware of my own movements, the way twigs snapped under my shoes and how loud my breathing sounded. As I circled the back of the cabin, I saw something strange. There was an old stone well about 20 or 30 feet behind the cabin. I didn't remember my friend mentioning anything about a well, and at first I thought it might just be a pile of stones. But when I got closer, I saw it clearly. The stones were arranged in a perfect circle, worn smooth by age. There was no cover over the top, no wooden roof like the kind you see in old pictures. It was open, completely exposed. The inside was pitch black, so dark that it felt like the light around it simply died once it reached the edge. I leaned over just enough to look down. The air coming from it felt colder than the air outside. I couldn't see the bottom, not even a hint of water or mud. It was like staring into a bottomless hole. I stepped back almost immediately because something about it made me feel uneasy. It wasn't fear of ghosts or anything like that. It was more like the feeling you get when you look down from a very tall building and your body reacts before your mind does. A natural warning. I told myself it was nothing important, just an old well that had been there since before the cabin was built. I tried not to think about it anymore, and for a while I didn't. That first night was uncomfortable. The cabin made all sorts of noises as the temperature dropped. The wood expanded and contracted, and each sound echoed because the space was small. I kept waking up because I wasn't used to the silence outside. Normally, I slept with city noise without even noticing it, but the silence here was so complete that it felt unnatural. Whenever I did wake up, I would hear small noises outside, like something brushing against the grass or something light moving across the ground. I told myself it was just animals. Deer, foxes, maybe raccoons. I tried not to let my mind exaggerate things. The next morning, I woke up feeling tired, like I hadn't slept at all. I made myself a simple breakfast using a small gas stove I brought with me. After eating, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I brought a small backpack with water, a map, and a few other things. I didn't plan to go far, just enough to look around. I walked deeper into the woods behind the cabin. The trees were tall and thin, but the branches formed a thick canopy above, letting only limited light through. The ground was uneven and soft, covered with layers of old leaves. I noticed the silence again, but this time it felt different. Heavier, like something was absorbing the sound. Every step I took sounded louder than it should have. After walking for about 10 minutes, I turned back. I didn't want to stray too far because the woods looked similar in every direction, and I didn't want to risk getting lost. When I returned to the clearing, I noticed something that made me stop. The area around the well looked disturbed. The ground around the stones had faint marks, almost like something had been dragged or moved there. I crouched down and looked closer. The marks weren't deep, but they were long, stretched in uneven lines that led toward the trees. They didn't look like animal prints. They looked more like something had brushed over the ground in wide, sweeping motions. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of what could have made them. Maybe it was just the wind pushing loose grass or debris. But the lines were too deliberate, too heavy in some places and too light in others. They didn't look natural. I stood up and forced myself to ignore it. I didn't want my mind to start inventing things. I spent the rest of the day cleaning the cabin a bit, organizing my things, and trying to relax. But even when I was inside, I kept thinking about the well and those marks around it. When night came again, I struggled to sleep even more than before. Every creak of the cabin made me jump a little. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, like something brushing against the grass near the back of the cabin. I lay in bed, listening. The sound moved slowly, stopping for a few seconds, then continuing again. I didn't hear footsteps, just the soft brushing. I stayed completely still, controlling my breathing so I could hear better. After a few minutes, the sound faded. I waited a long time before I finally forced myself to sleep again, though I never truly fell into deep sleep. The next morning, I went outside to check the area behind the cabin. The grass looked slightly flattened in a narrow path leading from the direction of the well toward the trees. The path wasn't sharp enough to be footprints, but it was visible enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. I walked slowly toward the well, trying to understand what was happening. When I reached it, I noticed something on the stones. Dirt, fresh dirt. Someone or something had moved soil around the top edges of the well, and the way it was scattered made my stomach tighten. It looked like something had climbed out or tried to climb out, but I stopped myself from thinking that. There were no claw marks, no footprints, nothing that clearly pointed to an animal or a person, just dirt. But seeing it on the stones of the well made me feel cold all over again, the same cold I felt when I first looked into it. I walked back to the cabin and tried to distract myself. I sat at the table and wrote in a small notebook I had brought, listing everything I wanted to accomplish during the trip. But no matter what I wrote, my thoughts kept drifting back to the well. I felt silly for being scared of a hole in the ground, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Later that afternoon, I decided to walk around the property again. I wanted to check the boundaries of the clearing and see if anything else looked out of place. As I walked near the far edge of the clearing, I saw something that made me stop again. The grass in one section was flattened in a wide circular pattern. It looked like someone had been standing there for a long time or moving in small circles. The grass was pushed down in a way that didn't match the rest of the clearing. I bent down and touched the grass. Felt damp, but not because of dew or rain. Felt like it had been pressed down recently. The shape of the flattened area was odd too. Not a perfect circle, but close enough that it didn't look natural. I stepped back and looked toward the well again. The angle from where I stood was different now, and I realized something that sent a strange feeling through me. From that flattened area, someone standing there would have had a direct view of the cabin's back window. The thought of someone standing there at night, looking at the cabin, made my muscles tighten. The rest of the day passed slowly. I tried reading a book I brought but couldn't focus. As the sun started to set, my anxiety increased. I thought about leaving, but the road was long and rough, and I didn't feel comfortable driving in the dark through the woods. I told myself I just needed one more night, and then I would leave in the morning. That night was the worst. I lay in bed, the lantern turned off, the only light coming from the moon through the dusty window. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. My mind wouldn't calm down. After what felt like hours, I finally drifted into a light, uneasy sleep. Sometime during the night, I woke up. Not suddenly, but slowly, like my body sensed something before my mind did. I lay still, listening. First, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, I heard the sound again. That soft brushing against the grass. But this time it was closer, much closer. My heart started beating harder. I focused all my attention on the sound. It moved slowly around the side of the cabin. The brushing sound grew slightly louder as it passed by the wall near my bed. I imagined something moving right outside, only a few feet away. The sound paused. For a long moment I heard nothing. Then the brushing started again, moving toward the back of the cabin, heading in the direction of the well. When it faded completely, I lay still for what felt like 20 minutes. My breathing was shallow and controlled. I didn't want to make any noise at all. I didn't get up. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling in the dark, waiting. Eventually, exhaustion forced me back into sleep, but it wasn't real rest. It felt like my body shut down just to keep me functioning. When morning came, I got up slowly, my body stiff and tired. I stepped outside and looked around. Something felt different immediately. The air felt heavier. The clearing seemed too quiet, even for that place. I walked toward the back of the cabin, and what I saw made me stop instantly. The ground around the well looked worse than before. Deep drag marks stretched outward from the stones, leading toward the trees again. The dirt on the stones was thicker, like something had gripped the edges with force. There were also more flattened areas in the grass around the well, as if something heavy had been kneeling or sitting around it. I stepped back slowly. My instincts were screaming at me to leave. I didn't even think about staying longer. I packed my things as fast as I could, barely caring how I threw them into my bag. Before leaving, I took one last look at the well from the doorway. The dark opening looked even deeper now, even darker, like it didn't just hold emptiness but absorbed everything around it. I could almost feel that cold air drifting out again. I locked the cabin door even though I knew it wouldn't do anything. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove out of there without looking back. The trees along the road looked different on the way out, almost like they were leaning closer to the road than before, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main highway. Only then did I finally breathe normally again. The sound of other cars, the sight of other people, the open sky, everything felt like a relief. When I got home later that evening, I sat on my bed for a long time, thinking about everything that had happened. There were no ghosts, no monsters, nothing supernatural. But whatever was happening around that cabin, and especially around that well, was real enough to make me feel fear in the deepest, most physical way. The next day, I texted my friend and told him I had visited the cabin and that he should probably check the place out because it looked neglected. I didn't mention the well. I didn't mention the marks or the sounds I heard. I couldn't bring myself to talk about it. Saying it out loud felt like giving it more power, like keeping it inside my mind kept it contained. Weeks passed, then months. I tried to forget about the cabin. Sometimes it worked, but sometimes, especially late at night, I would think about the sound I heard outside my window and the drag marks around the well. I would picture the cold blackness when I looked inside it, and I would wonder what had been moving around out there, brushing against the grass, climbing over those stones, leaving those marks. I know it wasn't a ghost. I know it wasn't anything supernatural, but I also know it wasn't something normal. There was something in those woods, something real, something physical, something I didn't see but came close enough that I heard it outside the cabin. I never went back, and I never will. Whatever was using that well, whatever was moving around that clearing at night, it belonged to that place. And I don't want to know what it was doing there, what it was looking for, or how close it came to the cabin while I slept. I reached the cabin just before sunset, when the sky was a dim orange color that slowly faded into a darker blue. The air felt cold in that strange way it gets in the mountains when the day is ending, the kind of cold that slips through clothes even when the temperature isn't that low. I had rented the cabin because I wanted a quiet place for a few days, somewhere far from the noise of the city. I had been feeling tired for a long time, and I needed a place where I could sit in silence without thinking about work or anything else. The cabin looked simple and old, with dark wood that had faded over the years, and a metal roof that reflected the last bit of sunlight. It sat at the edge of a thick forest that stretched into the mountains behind it. The trees were tall and tightly packed, their branches pressed together so closely that I could barely see anything past them. Everything looked normal when I arrived. There was an old wooden porch with cracked boards and a railing that looked like it would break if someone leaned on it too hard. A small gravel path led from where I parked my car to the front steps. The cabin felt quiet in a peaceful way, the kind of quiet I had been looking forward to. I brought my bags inside, placed them near the couch, and looked around the room. The inside was small, but it had everything I needed. There was a fireplace made of stone, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small kitchen with a gas stove, and a narrow hallway that led to the bedroom. The air inside had that old cabin smell, a mix of old wood, dust, and something slightly earthy, almost like damp soil. It wasn't bad, just different from the air I was used to. I opened a window to let in some fresh air. The cold breeze slipped through the room and made me shiver a little, but it felt good. The forest outside looked quiet and still. Not even a bird moved across the branches. It felt like the whole place was holding its breath. After unpacking, I walked around the cabin to make sure everything was okay. I checked the windows, the locks, and the bathroom. Everything seemed fine. I made a small meal using the food I brought, then sat by the window to eat. The sky grew darker, and soon it was completely black except for a few dim stars. I didn't expect the area to be so dark. There were no streetlights, no nearby houses, no signs of other people. Only the cabin, the forest, and the cold air. I decided to go to bed early, thinking I would start fresh the next morning. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and lay down on the bed. The blanket smelled clean but also had that slight scent of old fabric that had been stored away for a long time. The mattress was firm, and the pillow felt a little too flat. I didn't mind. I was tired enough to fall asleep without thinking too much about it. I slept for maybe an hour when the first sound woke me up. It was a crunching noise, like shoes stepping on gravel or dried leaves. At first I thought it was an animal walking outside, maybe a deer or a raccoon. The forest was full of animals, so it made sense. I stayed still and waited, expecting the sound to fade away. But it didn't. The steps were slow and spaced apart, almost like someone was trying not to make noise but wasn't careful enough. I stared at the ceiling in the darkness, listening. The only light in the room came from a thin line of moonlight slipping through the curtains. The steps grew closer, stopping somewhere near the side of the cabin where the bedroom window was. The cold air pressed against my skin even though the windows were closed. I felt my heartbeat rise a little, but I still tried to convince myself it was an animal. Maybe something large like an elk. The steps stopped completely, and the silence that followed felt heavy. I waited, listening with all my attention. Then I heard a soft scrape along the outer wall of the cabin. It was faint, but clear enough that I knew it wasn't an animal. It wasn't the random sound of branches or wind. It sounded like something touching the wall intentionally, sliding across it with slow, steady movement. My body tensed. I stayed in bed without moving. I kept telling myself it had to be something harmless, maybe a fallen branch rubbing against the wall. But the sound moved again, this time closer to the bedroom window. I turned my head slightly toward the window, though I couldn't see anything through the curtains. I didn't want to get up. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I stayed still and waited, hoping the sound would go away. After a long minute that felt much longer than it was, the scraping sound stopped. The footsteps returned, slow and light, moving toward the front of the cabin. Then everything went silent again. I barely slept the rest of the night. Every tiny sound made me jump inside my own head. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped. The wind brushed against the walls, and sometimes leaves rustled outside the window. I stayed under the blanket, staring at the ceiling until morning light finally started creeping into the room. When the sun came up, I got out of bed slowly and walked toward the window. I moved the curtain aside and looked outside. Everything looked normal. The forest stood still and quiet. The ground looked exactly like it had the day before. But when I stepped outside to look around the cabin, I found something that made the night feel much different. There were footprints in the dirt. They weren't animal tracks. They were shoe prints worn at the edges, the kind someone might leave after walking on rough ground for years. They circled around the cabin, leading toward the bedroom window and then toward the porch. I followed them slowly, feeling the cold morning air hit my face. The prints stopped near the porch steps, as if whoever made them walked up but didn't enter. I felt my stomach tighten. I wasn't imagining the sounds. Someone had been outside the cabin during the night. I checked the doorknob, the lock, the windows. Everything was still secure. Whoever it was didn't try to get in. Or maybe they did, and I didn't hear that part. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that someone had been here without any reason. The cabin was far from any towns, and there were no hiking trails nearby. No one should be walking around this area without a purpose. I tried to calm myself, telling myself maybe it was someone passing through, someone who got lost or needed a place to rest. But even then, it didn't explain why they would walk around the cabin instead of knocking or calling out. And it didn't explain the scraping sound on the walls. I decided to stay inside for most of the day. I tried to distract myself by cleaning the cabin, organizing my things, and preparing food. But every time I sat still, I found myself listening again, listening for anything that sounded out of place. The daytime felt safer, but the quietness made me uneasy. I kept looking at the tree line, expecting to see someone standing there. Hours passed slowly. The sun moved behind the mountains, and the cold air returned. By late afternoon, I started feeling nervous about the night. I checked all the locks again. I closed the curtains tightly. I placed a chair under the doorknob of the front door even though the lock already worked fine. None of it made me feel better. As the sun faded, the darkness outside grew thick and heavy. The forest looked deeper and even more closed off than the night before. I turned on a small lamp in the living room, the only thing breaking the darkness inside. The cabin felt colder than usual, even though I lit a small fire in the fireplace. Around 9 p.m., the first sound came, a soft crunch in the gravel outside. My heart started beating fast again. I stayed still, listening. The steps were slow, the same way they had been the night before. They moved around the side of the cabin, close to the walls. I felt the same tense feeling spread through my body, the same cold pressure. I walked quietly to the bedroom and turned off the lamp so the cabin looked dark from outside. I stood near the window but stayed far enough that I wouldn't be seen. The footsteps paused again near the same place as the night before. Then came the scraping sound, but this time it was louder slower, as if whoever was doing it didn't care about being quiet. The noise dragged across the wood like someone sliding something rough across the surface. It made my skin crawl. I wanted to look outside, but I didn't want to move the curtains. I stayed still, breathing slowly to avoid making any noise. The scraping continued for a few seconds, then stopped. The steps moved again, circling the cabin. I felt myself starting to panic. I didn't know what they wanted. I didn't know if they planned to try something else. There was no reason for anyone to be out here, especially at night. The cabin felt too small, too easy to break into. I felt trapped inside it. Then I heard a new sound. A slow, heavy pressure on the front porch steps. The wood creaked under the weight. Whoever it was had stepped onto the porch. I felt a sharp fear shoot through my chest. I imagined the chair under the doorknob. I imagined the thin wooden walls that could easily be pushed through. I imagined the person standing outside, inches away from the door. Another step on the porch. Then another. The wood groaned quietly. The sound felt so close it was like I could feel the vibrations through the floor. I stayed frozen. I waited. Then the footsteps stopped right in front of the door. Silence filled the cabin. It felt heavier than anything I had ever experienced. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I could feel my breathing growing shallow. I waited for the sound of the doorknob turning. I waited for a knock. I waited for anything, but nothing happened. Minutes passed, long and silent. I stayed perfectly still, too scared to move. I didn't know if they were still standing there or if they left quietly. The silence made it impossible to tell. Then, after what felt like almost an hour, the porch creaked again. A single step, slow, then another. The steps grew softer, fading away. Eventually, everything became silent again. I stayed awake the entire night. I didn't sleep even for a second. I sat near the fireplace with a blanket around me, staring at the door. The fire slowly died out, leaving the room cold. I kept the lights off, afraid that the person outside might return. My body felt stiff from sitting so long, but I didn't dare move too much. When the sun finally rose, I felt a wave of weak relief. I opened the door cautiously and stepped onto the porch. The cold morning air hit me. There were fresh footprints on the porch, different from the ones I saw the day before. They were deeper, probably because the person had stood there longer. I looked around the clearing in front of the cabin, but there was no one. The forest looked the same as always, quiet and empty. But the prints told me the truth. Someone had come back for the second night in a row. Someone who didn't say anything, didn't try to explain themselves, didn't leave a note, didn't knock, didn't do anything except walk around the cabin and scrape something against the walls. That meant they had a reason they didn't want me to know. I thought about leaving right then, packing my things and getting into my car. But I had slept so little and felt so tense that I wasn't sure I would be safe driving through narrow mountain roads while exhausted. I told myself I would leave in the afternoon, after I rested for a little while. But I never really rested. I kept pacing the cabin, checking the windows, checking the door, listening for anything outside even though it was daylight. Around noon, I noticed something new. Near the tree line, I saw a broken branch hanging lower than before. At first I thought it was just natural, maybe the wind caused it. But when I walked closer, I noticed the ground beneath it looked disturbed. Leaves were crushed in a certain pattern, like someone had stood there for a long time. When I looked around more carefully, I realized there were faint footprints leading deeper into the forest. Someone had been watching the cabin from the trees. I followed the prints only for a few steps before stopping. They continued deeper into the woods, into an area where the shadows grew darker and the ground felt colder. I felt something uncomfortable inside me, a kind of instinct telling me not to go further. I stepped back slowly and returned to the cabin. The rest of the day passed in a blur of fear. I packed my things, placing everything back into my bags in a hurry. I kept checking the forest through the windows. Every time the branches moved from the wind, I felt my heart tighten. I couldn't tell anymore if I was imagining shapes between the trees or if someone was actually standing there. When evening approached again, I knew I couldn't stay another night. I didn't care how tired I felt. I couldn't risk waiting for whoever had been visiting the cabin. The idea of sitting through another night of footsteps and scraping sounds made me feel sick. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and quickly headed to the car. The cold air hit me harder than before, almost warning me. The forest looked darker even though the sun hadn't fully set yet. I walked fast across the gravel path, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. When I reached the car, I opened the door and put my bags inside. Right as I sat down in the driver's seat, I felt a strange pressure on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me very closely. I turned quickly and looked at the forest. I saw movement, just for a second. A figure standing partially behind a tree, not too far, dressed in dark clothing. Still, facing me, he didn't move. He didn't step forward. He didn't hide. He just stood there, watching me. My hands shook as I started the engine. Gravel spat under the tires as I reversed. The figure didn't chase me. He didn't move at all. He just stood there, frozen, his head turned toward me. As I drove down the narrow road away from the cabin, I kept checking my mirrors. The figure disappeared into the trees as the distance grew. The cold air inside the car felt heavy with tension. I didn't feel safe until the cabin was far behind me and the forest grew thinner. I reached the nearest town almost an hour later. The warm lights of the gas station made me feel like I had stepped back into a world where things made sense. I parked the car and just sat there for a long time, breathing slowly, letting my body relax for the first time in almost 2 days. I didn't go back to the cabin. I didn't contact the owner. I didn't report anything. I didn't want to think about it anymore. But I never forgot the way the figure stood in the trees, watching me without moving. I never forgot the scraping sound on the cabin walls. And I never forgot the footprints circling the cabin. People sometimes say that the woods are peaceful, that the silence there feels calming. But after those 2 nights, I learned something different. Silence in a remote place doesn't always mean peace. Sometimes it means someone else is listening. Someone you don't know. Someone who moves slowly in the dark. Someone who doesn't speak, doesn't explain, and doesn't leave until they want to. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, the silence is the only warning you get. The steps stopped for a moment, then I heard a faint scraping sound on the porch. It was the same sound I'd heard the last time a raccoon climbed onto it. But this wasn't a raccoon. The weight was different. The cadence was different. Something about the way the boards creaked made my stomach twist. The cabin wasn't very big, and the porch sat only a few feet from where my bed was inside. I could hear everything clearly. I could hear the boards shift under someone's weight. And for a moment, I thought I heard slow breathing, like someone was standing right outside the wall. I stayed frozen. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for the lantern beside me because I didn't want to make noise. I waited. The sound stopped after a while, but I couldn't tell how long. It felt like forever. Eventually, I heard the faintest rustle of leaves, as if someone stepped off the porch. Then everything went quiet again. But the quiet didn't feel peaceful. It felt like the kind of quiet that comes when you're not alone but the person near you is holding still. When the sun finally came up, I felt exhausted. I stepped outside and checked the porch boards. There were scuff marks. They were light, but they were definitely new. On the far end of the porch rail, I saw another thing that made my stomach tighten. It looked like something greasy, like the mark of a hand that had been resting there. It wasn't a full print, just enough of a smear to show that fingers had touched it. The fact that someone had been close enough to put their hand on the porch during the night made everything feel wrong. I started thinking about leaving, but I also knew it would take a while to pack and drive down that long dirt road. I didn't do much that day. I stayed close to the cabin, listening to every small sound. Every time a branch popped, I turned toward it. Every time a bird flew through the trees, I took a step back. The more time passed, the more I realized I wasn't imagining anything. Someone had been near the cabin at night. Someone had touched the porch. Someone had walked near the window. The forest felt too quiet now, like it was holding something just out of sight. Around the late afternoon, I walked behind the cabin to check the old shed. I rarely used it, but it held tools and some supplies. When I opened the door, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It smelled like sweat, human sweat. It was faint, but it was there. It didn't smell like the old wood or the dust that normally filled the shed. I looked around and saw something on the far shelf that I hadn't put there. It was an empty plastic bottle. Crushed. I didn't recognize it. I never brought anything like it. I felt cold all over. Someone had been inside the shed. Someone had used it recently. I backed out slowly, scanning the forest again. I didn't see anyone, but I felt like someone was watching me. The feeling was strong now, strong enough that the hair on my arms stood up. I locked the shed and went back to the cabin, walking faster than before. When I closed the door behind me, I felt trapped but also safer than being outside. Night came again, and I sat inside with the lantern lit. I didn't want to turn it off because the thought of lying in total darkness with someone outside made me feel sick. I didn't sleep. I sat on the chair near the window, wrapped in a blanket, listening. The forest was mostly quiet, but not the usual kind of quiet. Every once in a while I heard something faint, like a small step or a soft brushing sound. Nothing clear enough to identify, but enough to know someone was out there again. It was sometime after midnight when I heard something new. It was a soft, slow dragging sound across the dirt. Then a heavier step. Then two more. I went still again. The steps were near the right side of the cabin now. Then they stopped. I waited, barely breathing. The silence stretched. Then I heard the softest thud against the wall. Not a strong hit, just a gentle tap, like someone placing their hand against the wooden boards. Then another. Then something lightly scraped downward, like fingers sliding over the wall. My chest felt tight. I kept waiting for the steps to move again, but they didn't. It felt like whoever it was stood there for a very long time. I didn't check the time because I didn't want to move even an inch. I stared at the window, knowing someone was only a few feet away behind the wall. When the sound finally stopped, I didn't relax. I stayed frozen until the sky outside turned gray with morning light. Only then did I stand up. When I stepped outside later, I saw marks on the wall. They were faint, but long and thin, like something had dragged downward. I also noticed new shoe prints in the dirt, the same size as the earlier ones. They circled the cabin. It was clear now that someone was coming back every night. Someone who walked slowly. Someone who stood near the walls. Someone who leaned or touched the cabin. I knew I had to leave. There was no question anymore. I packed everything fast. My hands kept shaking, and every sound outside made me stop and look around. The whole time I felt like I was being watched. When I loaded the last bag into the truck, I heard something deep in the woods, like a heavy step on dry leaves. I didn't wait to confirm it. I got into the truck and started it immediately. Driving down the road felt like a race against something I couldn't see. I kept my eyes on the mirrors, expecting someone to step out from the trees at any moment. The road was rough and narrow, and branches scraped the sides of the truck as I sped through. My heart didn't slow down until I reached the main road far away from the cabin. I didn't go back for a long time. When I finally returned months later with a friend, everything at the cabin looked normal, but the shed smelled different. Cleaner, as if it had been aired out. And behind the cabin, near the tree line, we found a small area of flattened leaves, as if someone had been lying there, watching the cabin, watching me. I never went back alone again, and every time I think about that week, I still feel the same cold feeling in my chest, because nothing about it was supernatural. Nothing about it was impossible. It was just someone hidden in the woods, someone who kept coming close, someone who watched me in the dark, someone who stood right outside the cabin walls while I tried not to breathe too loud. I went to the cabin at the start of autumn, planning to spend a week alone to clear my head after months of stress. The cabin sat deep inside a forest that stretched for miles in every direction, and the long dirt road that led to it was barely wide enough for my truck. I liked that about it. I liked how far away it was from everything. When I reached it, the place looked the same as always, with the old wooden steps, the weathered front wall, the metal roof that held rust around the bolts, and the small porch where dry leaves collected in thick piles each fall. There was no phone signal out there, and no neighbors anywhere around. The nearest house was far down the valley and hidden behind a long ridge. I could shout as loud as I wanted, and nobody would hear me from anywhere. I guess that was part of the reason I liked coming here, but I didn't think about how different the cabin felt when the sun went down. I didn't think about how being alone in such a quiet place could turn into something else when things didn't feel right. Inside, the cabin smelled like dry wood and dust. It always smelled like that at the start of every trip, but after a few minutes my nose adjusted and I barely noticed it. I opened the windows to air the place out, then carried inside the boxes of food and the bag with clothes. After that, I walked around checking everything, just making sure there were no signs of animals or leaks or any leftover damage from storms. Everything seemed normal. I stacked some firewood inside the metal rack near the wood stove, poured drinking water into a small jug, and placed it on the counter. I unpacked slowly because I wanted to make the first hour feel peaceful. I didn't come here to rush anything. I only wanted quiet. The first day went by without anything strange. I walked along the back trail for a while, listening to the wind in the tall pines and feeling the cold air that came down from the hills. The sound of the forest made me feel calm, like everything was working the way it should. When I got back to the cabin, I made a meal on the small gas stove and sat near the window while I ate. There was nothing outside except trees and fading daylight. The forest grew dark fast that time of year, and by the time I cleaned the pot and put everything away, the woods were already a deep black wall behind the glass. I didn't think about anything unusual. I didn't feel watched. Everything was just normal. It was during the second night that things shifted. I went to sleep early because the cold made me tired. I remember waking up sometime after midnight because I heard something outside. It wasn't anything crazy, just a sharp cracking sound, like a heavy branch snapping under weight. That wasn't unusual in the forest, especially in cold weather when wood contracts, but something about it felt too heavy, like something big was moving. I lay still for a while, listening, trying to figure out if it was just my imagination. After a minute, I heard another sound, softer this time, like something brushing through dry leaves. Stopped, then started again, then stopped once more. I didn't want to overthink it, so I told myself it was a deer walking near the cabin. There were plenty of deer up there. Sometimes they walked right through the yard. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, when I stepped outside, I noticed something in the dirt near the left side of the cabin. At first I thought they were animal tracks, but when I got closer, I realized they looked like shoe prints. They were faint but definitely shoe prints. They were not from me, because I had not walked on that side of the cabin since arriving. The dirt was soft there, and the prints looked fresh, like they'd been made overnight. They led toward the tree line but disappeared once they reached the thicker leaves. I stared at them for a long moment, trying to convince myself they might be old and that maybe rain or something had made them look newer. But deep down I knew they were fresh. The shape was too clear. The thought of someone walking near my cabin at night made the back of my neck feel tight. I looked around the trees, scanning between the trunks, waiting for any movement. Everything was quiet though. I didn't hear anything except wind and the small fluttering sounds of birds moving through the branches. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, telling myself maybe a hunter had wandered too close. Even though it was private land, hunters sometimes ignored boundaries. I tried to make that explanation stick so I wouldn't ruin the entire trip. But later that day, something else happened. While I was stacking more wood inside the porch, I noticed something wedged under one of the boards. It was a small torn piece of fabric. It looked like it came from a jacket or pants. It was dark green and had threads sticking off the edge. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't from anything I owned. That small detail tightened my chest more than the shoe prints did. It meant someone had been close enough to the porch to brush against the boards or maybe crawl under them. I felt heat in my palms as I held the fabric. I didn't like the idea that someone was close enough to leave a piece of their clothing behind. I walked around the cabin again after that, looking at the ground, looking at the trees, feeling the air change around me. The forest didn't feel calm anymore. It felt like a place filled with hiding spots. Every tree suddenly looked like it could be covering someone who stood perfectly still. The wind sounded different too. It felt sharper, colder, like it carried something else in it, something I couldn't name. I stayed outside for a while, pretending to organize things around the cabin while secretly scanning everything. I didn't see anything though. No person, no movement, nothing that gave me any answers. That night I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about the prints and the torn fabric. I kept thinking about the cracking sound from the night before. I lay in bed listening to the wood settle and the faint hum of the wind outside. Just when I started to relax, I heard something again. It was soft at first, almost too soft to register, like a slow step dragging through loose dirt. Then another, then another. I held my breath and listened. The steps were moving around the cabin, circling slowly. They were too light to be a large animal. They had a human rhythm, slow and deliberate. I felt every muscle in my body tighten. I went to the cabin at the start of autumn, planning to spend a week alone to clear my head after months of stress. The cabin sat deep inside a forest that stretched for miles in every direction, and the long dirt road that led to it was barely wide enough for my truck. I liked that about it. I liked how far away it was from everything. When I reached it, the place looked the same as always, with the old wooden steps, the weathered front wall, the metal roof that held rust around the bolts, and the small porch where dry leaves collected in thick piles each fall. There was no phone signal out there, and no neighbors anywhere around. The nearest house was far down the valley and hidden behind a long ridge. I could shout as loud as I wanted, and nobody would hear me from anywhere. I guess that was part of the reason I liked coming here, but I didn't think about how different the cabin felt when the sun went down. I didn't think about how being alone in such a quiet place could turn into something else when things didn't feel right. Inside, the cabin smelled like dry wood and dust. It always smelled like that at the start of every trip, but after a few minutes my nose adjusted and I barely noticed it. I opened the windows to air the place out, then carried inside the boxes of food and the bag with clothes. After that, I walked around checking everything, just making sure there were no signs of animals or leaks or any leftover damage from storms. Everything seemed normal. I stacked some firewood inside the metal rack near the wood stove, poured drinking water into a small jug, and placed it on the counter. I unpacked slowly because I wanted to make the first hour feel peaceful. I didn't come here to rush anything. I only wanted quiet. The first day went by without anything strange. I walked along the back trail for a while, listening to the wind in the tall pines and feeling the cold air that came down from the hills. The sound of the forest made me feel calm, like everything was working the way it should. When I got back to the cabin, I made a meal on the small gas stove and sat near the window while I ate. There was nothing outside except trees and fading daylight. The forest grew dark fast that time of year, and by the time I cleaned the pot and put everything away, the woods were already a deep black wall behind the glass. I didn't think about anything unusual. I didn't feel watched. Everything was just normal. It was during the second night that things shifted. I went to sleep early because the cold made me tired. I remember waking up sometime after midnight because I heard something outside. It wasn't anything crazy, just a sharp cracking sound, like a heavy branch snapping under weight. That wasn't unusual in the forest, especially in cold weather when wood contracts, but something about it felt too heavy, like something big was moving. I lay still for a while, listening, trying to figure out if it was just my imagination. After a minute, I heard another sound, softer this time, like something brushing through dry leaves. Stopped, then started again, then stopped once more. I didn't want to overthink it, so I told myself it was a deer walking near the cabin. There were plenty of deer up there. Sometimes they walked right through the yard. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, when I stepped outside, I noticed something in the dirt near the left side of the cabin. At first I thought they were animal tracks, but when I got closer, I realized they looked like shoe prints. They were faint but definitely shoe prints. They were not from me, because I had not walked on that side of the cabin since arriving. The dirt was soft there, and the prints looked fresh, like they'd been made overnight. They led toward the tree line but disappeared once they reached the thicker leaves. I stared at them for a long moment, trying to convince myself they might be old and that maybe rain or something had made them look newer. But deep down I knew they were fresh. The shape was too clear. The thought of someone walking near my cabin at night made the back of my neck feel tight. I looked around the trees, scanning between the trunks, waiting for any movement. Everything was quiet though. I didn't hear anything except wind and the small fluttering sounds of birds moving through the branches. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, telling myself maybe a hunter had wandered too close. Even though it was private land, hunters sometimes ignored boundaries. I tried to make that explanation stick so I wouldn't ruin the entire trip. But later that day, something else happened. While I was stacking more wood inside the porch, I noticed something wedged under one of the boards. It was a small torn piece of fabric. It looked like it came from a jacket or pants. It was dark green and had threads sticking off the edge. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't from anything I owned. That small detail tightened my chest more than the shoe prints did. It meant someone had been close enough to the porch to brush against the boards or maybe crawl under them. I felt heat in my palms as I held the fabric. I didn't like the idea that someone was close enough to leave a piece of their clothing behind. I walked around the cabin again after that, looking at the ground, looking at the trees, feeling the air change around me. The forest didn't feel calm anymore. It felt like a place filled with hiding spots. Every tree suddenly looked like it could be covering someone who stood perfectly still. The wind sounded different too. It felt sharper, colder, like it carried something else in it, something I couldn't name. I stayed outside for a while, pretending to organize things around the cabin while secretly scanning everything. I didn't see anything though. No person, no movement, nothing that gave me any answers. That night I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about the prints and the torn fabric. I kept thinking about the cracking sound from the night before. I lay in bed listening to the wood settle and the faint hum of the wind outside. Just when I started to relax, I heard something again. It was soft at first, almost too soft to register, like a slow step dragging through loose dirt. Then another, then another. I held my breath and listened. The steps were moving around the cabin, circling slowly. They were too light to be a large animal. They had a human rhythm, slow and deliberate. I felt every muscle in my body tighten. I went to the cabin because I needed distance from everything for a while. Life in the city had started to drain me in a way I didn't notice at first. It was small things like how I woke up every morning feeling tired before the day even started, or how the noise never stopped no matter how late it was. The cabin was a place I had visited a few times in the past, but only for short stays. It sat deep in the woods on a small patch of private land that had once belonged to an uncle who moved away years ago. No one else used it. No one else ever came near it. It was supposed to be a quiet place, a place where I would feel separated from everything stressful. I didn't expect it to become the center of the scariest experience of my life. The cabin wasn't big. It had one room that served as the living space and sleeping area. The bathroom was old and small, and the toilet didn't work unless I pumped the line manually outside. The kitchen had only the basics: a sink, a shelf, and a small gas stove. There was electricity, but only because a data generator behind the cabin could still run after all these years, as long as I poured fuel into it. It wasn't luxury, but I didn't want luxury. I wanted silence. The first day was calm. The air smelled like damp soil and old leaves. The woods around the cabin felt empty, almost comforting in their stillness. I walked around the property in slow steps, taking in the tall trees that blocked most of the sky. The branches spread out in wide shapes, almost like a ceiling over the land. The ground was thick with fallen leaves, even though winter had not arrived yet. Everything felt untouched. I spent that first day cleaning the inside of the cabin. Dust had collected on the shelves, and small animal droppings were scattered in certain corners. It took a while, but cleaning made the place feel more like mine for the time being. I made my bed on the old mattress, placed my bag next to it, and pushed a small table closer to the window where I thought I would sit during the late evenings. I thought the window would give me a good view of the trees outside, something calming to look at while drinking tea. At that moment, I had no idea how much I would regret choosing that spot near the window later. When the sun began to set, the woods looked completely different. The warm light that filled the trees during the day turned into long shadows that reached across the ground like thin, dark fingers. The kind of silence that felt peaceful earlier now felt heavier. Not dangerous, just heavy in a way that made me notice every tiny sound. The leaves moving, small twigs snapping somewhere far, the sound of wind brushing across the cabin walls. I wasn't scared, just aware. That's how the first night started. I made a simple meal, turned off the small light inside the cabin, and sat on the bed listening to the faint hum of the generator outside. The generator made a constant low vibration that reminded me I wasn't completely cut off from everything. The night stretched slowly. I eventually lay down and tried to sleep. The first sound that bothered me came around midnight. At first it blended with the wind, so I didn't pay attention. It wasn't loud. It was soft, almost too soft to notice, like the sound of footsteps on thick leaves. I told myself it was probably an animal. The woods were full of them. I turned on my side and closed my eyes again. The noise didn't stop, continued in small, slow intervals, not rushed, not loud, just steady. That steady rhythm made it clear to me that it wasn't a four-legged animal. It sounded like 2 feet, human feet. I felt a small pressure form in my chest as I lay still on the bed, listening. The noise was outside the cabin, somewhere close. It wasn't approaching the door or window. Instead, it moved in a slow circle around the cabin. The steps were spaced apart, with long pauses between them, like the person was walking with intention, slow enough to listen through the walls. The thought made my palms sweat. I didn't move. I didn't get up. I didn't even sit. I stayed lying down with my eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling, while I listened to the sound of a person walking a full circle around the cabin. When the steps reached the far side, they grew faint, and for a moment I thought they would stop. But they continued. A full loop. One slow circle. Then silence. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Nothing. 20 minutes. Still nothing. Eventually, exhaustion replaced fear and I fell asleep even though my mind raced. When I woke up the next morning, everything outside looked normal. The sun was out, the trees were still, and there was no sign of anyone ever being near the cabin during the night. I walked around the outside, checking the ground even though I had no idea what I expected to find. The leaves were disturbed in certain spots, but it could have been anything. Wind, animals, anything. I tried to convince myself I had imagined the footsteps because I was tired. That entire day passed without anything strange happening. I chopped some firewood, cleaned more corners of the cabin, and walked down the small path that led toward a dried creek a few hundred meters away. The woods felt peaceful again, but part of my mind stayed focused on what I had heard the night before. When sunset came again, I felt a knot inside my stomach tighten, as if my body remembered the fear even before my mind fully did. That night, the footsteps returned. Started the exact same way. Soft, slow, steady. Pattern. This time I knew for certain that someone was walking around the cabin. The steps sounded careful, deliberate, as if the person didn't want to be heard, but didn't care enough to stay silent completely. Like they wanted me to hear just enough to know they were there. The idea made my throat feel dry. I lay still in bed again. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't even have a phone signal out here. If someone wanted to break in, there would be nothing stopping them. The cabin door had only one lock, and even that felt loose sometimes. But the footsteps never came toward the door. Whoever it was only circled the cabin once again. One full, slow loop, then silence. This time I didn't sleep for hours. I kept my eyes open in the darkness, listening for any sound. Every time the leaves brushed against the cabin wall from the wind, I flinched. It felt like someone was leaning against the wall, pressing their head to it to listen to my breathing. That thought made my stomach twist. When the morning arrived, I stepped outside again. My body felt stiff after barely sleeping. I checked around the cabin and again found nothing unusual except patches of disturbed leaves. I couldn't tell if they were from the footsteps or from my own steps the day before. I spent the whole day thinking about what I should do. I couldn't ignore what I heard. I knew it was a person. The steps were too controlled, too evenly spaced. I wondered if someone lived in the woods nearby, someone who didn't want me on the property even though it legally belonged to my family. But if they wanted to scare me off, why didn't they approach the door? Why just circle? Why so slow? Why at night? I didn't eat much that day. My appetite was gone. I felt watched even during the day. Every time the wind made the branches creak, I looked over my shoulder. Every time a squirrel moved through the leaves, I tensed up. I didn't want to stay for another night, but hiking out through the woods in the dark would be even worse. I told myself I would leave first thing in the morning. The third night arrived too fast. I waited for the footsteps. I tried to stay awake, but the exhaustion from the previous night was too strong. I drifted in and out of shallow sleep. When the footsteps started again, I woke instantly. My heart felt like it was beating against the mattress. The sound was the same slow circling, but this time there was something different about it. The footsteps paused at certain points around the cabin. Longer pauses, almost like the person had stopped to look inside through the cracks in the curtains, or was leaning close to the wall. The pauses lasted several seconds each time, long enough for my mind to fill with horrible images of someone standing inches from me through the wall. My entire body felt cold, even though the cabin wasn't cold. When the footsteps completed the circle, I expected them to stop like they had the previous nights. But instead, after a few minutes of silence, the steps started again. Another circle. Slow, dragging steps this time. Each step sounded heavier, as if the person was tired or carrying something. That second loop made fear spread through me in a way I had never felt before. It wasn't panic. It was something worse. It was the kind of fear that made my whole body freeze, the kind that made me afraid to even breathe too loudly. The person walked the full circle again, and then another pause. I stared at the door, waiting for the handle to turn even though I didn't want to see it. The cabin felt like it was shrinking around me. I focused on the sound of my own breathing to stop myself from imagining things too vividly. Then the footsteps stopped again. I waited for what felt like hours, even though it was probably less than 20 minutes. I eventually drifted into a half-sleep out of sheer exhaustion. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight was creeping through the curtains. I had survived another night. That morning, fear pushed me into action. I packed my bag and stepped outside as quickly as I could. I planned to walk back toward the small dirt road that ran several kilometers away. From there, I would take the long walk toward the nearest main road where I hoped someone would pass by eventually. I didn't care how long it would take. I just wanted to leave the cabin. When I stepped out, I froze immediately. On the dirt around the cabin, in the patches where leaves had been disturbed, I noticed clear signs of footprints. They were deep, spaced evenly, and circled the cabin exactly the way I had heard. The prints looked like they were made by heavy boots. They weren't mine. My shoes left much lighter marks. These were wider and deeper. My stomach twisted hard. I forced myself to walk the path leading toward the woods. I looked over my shoulder every few seconds. Even though it was morning, the woods felt unsafe now. The sunlight didn't make anything better. It only made the shadows sharper against the ground. I got about 200 meters down the path when I stopped again. Another set of footprints was visible in the dirt. These prints were fresh. They led off the path and disappeared into the thick trees near the cabin. The direction they came from confused me. They didn't match the direction from the cabin itself. It looked like someone had been standing there earlier, maybe watching the cabin from a distance. The thought made my spine tighten. I kept walking. I walked fast at first, then slower when fear made me worry I would make too much noise. Every few steps I stopped to listen. The woods were too quiet. Not a single bird, not a single rustle, just the distant hum of wind against the branches. Halfway down the trail, I stopped again because I heard something behind me. A branch cracking, a single crack, sharp and clear. I didn't turn around at first. I closed my eyes and waited, listening. Another crack sounded, closer this time, as if someone was slowly following me. I opened my eyes and took a few steps forward. My legs felt weak. I finally turned around. No one was on the trail. The trees stood still, but the silence behind me felt wrong. Felt like someone was standing just out of sight, waiting for me to move again. I didn't run. Running felt like it would trigger something worse. I walked faster instead. When I reached the dirt road, I felt a tiny bit safer, but not enough. I walked along the road knowing I had several kilometers to go before reaching a place where someone might drive by. The road felt too empty, too open. Anyone could watch me from the trees on either side. After walking for what felt like an hour, I finally heard a distant engine. Relief washed over me, but not completely. The sound was faint and slow. When the vehicle finally appeared, it was an old pickup truck moving at a steady pace. I stepped to the side of the road, waiting for it to pass me so I could wave it down. But the truck slowed before I waved. It slowed when it was still far behind me. My heart dropped. It moved forward at a near-crawling speed, creeping closer. Something about the way it moved made fear return instantly. It didn't feel like someone arriving to help. It felt like someone approaching with knowledge of who I was and where I had been. The truck stopped several meters behind me and idled. I didn't turn around. I didn't move. I stared at the road ahead, my heartbeat climbing so fast that it felt like a pulse in my throat. The engine rumbled behind me in a slow pattern. Then the truck began moving again, rolling forward until it passed me. I didn't look at the driver. I only watched the wheels move past. After it passed, it continued down the road for a few hundred meters. Then it stopped again, completely stopped. I felt every muscle in my body tense. I didn't want to stand still, so I kept walking. When I reached the point where the truck had stopped, I noticed tire marks on the side of the road as if the driver had pulled over there before many times. The truck was now nowhere in sight ahead, but the way it slowed near me made me feel sick. I continued walking until I reached the end of the road, where an old broken sign stood near the intersection of the main road. I knew it would take hours before another car passed. I sat on a rock and waited, feeling too drained to keep moving. 30 minutes passed. No cars. The woods along the main road were thick, dense enough to hide someone easily. I checked them constantly. I felt watched again. Every time a branch moved in the breeze, I turned my head fast. Another hour passed. Finally, an old van approached from the distance with a slow rumble. I stood up and stepped into the road. The driver stopped and opened the window. He asked if I needed help, but I didn't explain much. I only asked for a ride back toward town. I didn't want to think about the cabin anymore. I didn't want to describe anything. I just wanted distance. The ride back was long, and I kept checking the rear window to see if anyone was following us. No one was. When I finally got back to my place in the city, the noise that once annoyed me felt comforting. The crowd, the traffic, the constant movement, all of it made me feel like I could hide within the noise. I didn't sleep for the first night after returning. Every small sound made me think of the slow steps circling the cabin. A few days later, I tried to convince myself that maybe it had been some local person who happened to walk by at night. Maybe they had a reason to be there. Maybe it wasn't dangerous. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. The pattern, the pauses, the repeated circles, the footsteps on the trail behind me, none of that was normal. I didn't report anything because I didn't know what to report. Nothing had technically happened to me, but I knew that if I had stayed one more night, something would have happened. The pattern was changing each night, getting more intense, more deliberate, more focused. The person had been circling closer, pausing longer, following my path the next morning. Whoever it was didn't just stumble onto the cabin. They knew I was there. They watched me. They returned every night. And they were getting more confident. I haven't been back to the cabin since then. I don't plan to ever go back. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is unusually quiet, I imagine the sound of slow footsteps in a circle around me, as if the person never left the woods and is still waiting somewhere, still walking, still circling, waiting for the next place where I end up alone. The ending is simple and clear. I left the cabin because I knew staying one more night would have put me in real danger. The footsteps weren't random, and they weren't harmless. They came from someone who watched me closely and approached me more each night. Leaving saved me. Staying would not have. I survived only because I left when I did. I started the trip with the idea that some time alone in a remote cabin would help me reset my mind. I had been dealing with months of stress from work, long nights of poor sleep, and a constant feeling that I was falling behind in every part of my life. When I heard about the small cabin deep inside the northern forest, far from any main road and barely used anymore. I felt like it was exactly what I needed. It was cheap, isolated, and simple. I imagined quiet mornings, clean air, long walks on empty trails, and nights where the only sound was the wind moving through the trees. I wanted to be alone more than anything. I wanted to feel like I was outside my own problems for a while. The drive took longer than I expected. The rough dirt road stretched far into the forest and became narrower the deeper I went. I had to slow down in some places because fallen branches and large rocks forced me to weave around them. As I got closer to the location I had saved on my phone, I realized how cut off this part of the woods really was. There were no other cabins, no houses, no signs of recent human activity. The forest floor looked untouched. The bushes grew thick on both sides of the road. Even the air felt heavier and colder, like sunlight barely reached the ground. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked even older than the photos had shown. The wood was gray and dry, the roof sagged a little in the middle, and the windows looked cloudy from years of dust. But the door was solid, the inside was clean enough, and everything necessary for a simple stay was there. A small fridge that ran on a generator, a metal wood stove, plain bed, a table with a chair, and shelves holding a few old tools, some rope, and a couple of rusted lanterns. It felt empty in a comforting way at first. The clearing around the cabin was only a few meters wide before the forest swallowed everything. Tall pines and thick trunks surrounded the entire place. The silence made me uneasy for a moment, but I brushed it off as the normal discomfort of arriving in a quiet place after living around constant noise for so long. I carried my bags inside, put food in the fridge, stacked some firewood near the stove, and tried to settle in. The first couple of hours were calm. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake the strange feeling that I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just my mind adjusting to the quiet. Whenever I stepped outside, the only sounds I heard were insects, the distant cawing of a bird, or the creaking trees in the wind. Still, I kept glancing toward the tree line as if something was hidden there. The forest looked normal enough, but something about it felt too still. As the afternoon turned to evening, I noticed faint marks on the ground near the left side of the cabin. The soil there was soft from recent rain, and there were long dragged lines in it, leading toward the trees. At first, I thought it was from an animal, maybe a deer or something large that had moved through the clearing. But the marks looked too straight and narrow, almost like something heavy had been pulled. I crouched down, trying to see if there were footprints nearby, but the dirt was mashed and uneven. I didn't think too much of it. The forest was full of animals. Strange marks were normal. Inside the cabin, I tried to read a book, but my mind kept wandering. Every small noise outside made me pause. At one point, I heard a low crack from the back of the cabin. Not loud enough to be alarming, but strong enough to make me look up from the page. The wind might have moved a branch. The old wooden walls expanded and popped from temperature changes. I told myself these things repeatedly, trying to calm the sudden tension building in me. But something about that sound didn't feel like wind or wood. When night finally settled, darkness came fast. The trees blocked most of the sky, leaving only a faint strip of fading blue above. I turned on one lantern inside, and the small glow filled the cabin with a warm but weak light. The wood stove cracked as the fire caught. For a moment, the warm air and soft glow made me relax. But then the noises outside started to grow louder. At first, it was just the forest settling, or at least that was what I tried to believe. Small crunches on the ground, a faint rustle, something brushing against a bush. I expected animals, but what bothered me was the pattern of the sounds. They came in stops and starts, as if whatever was moving was purposely slowing down, almost pacing. I held still, listening. The sound stopped when I focused on it, like something was aware of my attention. I sat there for a long time, staring at the cabin door. I kept my breathing slow. The fire crackled beside me, but the warmth didn't help the cold feeling spreading through my chest. I felt like someone was circling the cabin. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but the sounds were too heavy and steady for small animals, and they happened too deliberately to be random. I decided not to look outside. I convinced myself that checking might make me panic more. I stayed on the bed and tried to calm down. The noises faded after a while, but I struggled to sleep. When I finally drifted off, it was after hours of trying to control my imagination. I woke up to the cold morning light coming through the window. For a moment, I forgot where I was. Then the sight of the old wooden walls reminded me. The forest was quiet again, almost peaceful. I stepped outside to get some fresh air and saw new marks on the ground. They were near the back of the cabin this time. More dragged lines in the dirt, more flattened patches of soil. Something heavy had moved there during the night. I felt uneasy, but I forced myself to stay rational. It had to be an animal, maybe a bear looking for food. I hadn't left anything outside, but a hungry animal might still wander close. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, looking for any signs that could tell me what happened. I found nothing clear enough to make sense of. I tried to distract myself with a long walk. I brought water and followed a narrow trail behind the cabin that led deeper into the woods. The forest was thick, but the sunlight filtered through in thin golden lines. For a while, the walk helped. The trees, the air, the quiet, all of it felt peaceful in the daylight. I took pictures of fallen logs covered in green moss, odd-shaped rocks, and a small stream that cut across the path. But on the way back, something felt different. I couldn't explain it at first. I kept stopping and looking behind me. The forest felt heavier, like the air had thickened. I felt a pressure in the back of my head, the kind you get when someone is standing behind you even when no one is there. I turned around several times and saw nothing but trees. No movement, no sound, but the feeling wouldn't go away. When I got back to the cabin, I found something that made my stomach tighten. Near the steps, there was a small piece of torn fabric caught on a nail sticking out of the wooden frame. It wasn't mine. It was dark, thick, and looked like it belonged to a heavy jacket. It was wedged deep enough into the nail that it didn't look like it was blown there by the wind. It looked like it had been caught by someone brushing against the cabin as they walked by. I stayed outside for a long moment, staring at that piece of fabric. I looked around the clearing again. The trees felt closer now, like they had shifted while I was gone. Every shadow looked deeper. My heartbeat began to rise, and I forced myself to pull the fabric off the nail and take it inside. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to relax, but I kept looking out the windows. I kept listening for any sound. Even small noises made me tense. The peaceful feeling from earlier was completely gone. When night fell again, everything became worse. The noises returned, but this time they were louder and closer. I heard footsteps on the dirt, slow, heavy, deliberate. I heard something brushing against the side of the cabin. The wood creaked like weight had been pressed against it. My mind raced with possibilities. A lost hiker? Someone living illegally in the forest? Someone hiding? I tried to stay calm, but fear kept tightening inside my chest. I sat on the bed, my hands shaking slightly. The lantern light flickered, throwing slow-moving shadows across the walls. I kept expecting the shadow of a person to appear, even though I tried to convince myself it wouldn't happen. The footsteps circled the cabin again. This time I was certain. They stopped near the back window, then near the door, then they faded again. I didn't sleep at all that night. I knew then that it was not an animal. No animal tries to turn a door handle. Someone had come to the cabin during the night. Someone who knew exactly where the door was, who moved slowly, who tested the handle instead of forcing it. I looked around, scanning the forest. Everything was still. There was no movement between the trees. No sound, just thick silence. A cold feeling spread through my body. I felt like I was being watched from somewhere out there, even though I could not see anything. I walked back inside and locked the door again. I stayed inside most of the day, pacing, checking the windows and waiting for time to pass. I tried to eat, but my stomach felt tight. Every sound outside made me freeze. By late afternoon, I decided I could not spend another night in the cabin like that. I thought about leaving immediately, but the sun was too low, and the road was rough. Driving down in the dark would be stupid and dangerous. I decided I would leave early in the morning, before anything else could happen. I packed most of my things so I could move fast at dawn. But the night came again, and with it came the same fear pressing down on me. I kept the lantern low to not attract attention through the windows. I stayed on the bed again, trying to stay awake, but my eyes grew heavy after a few hours. I slipped into sleep without meaning to. I woke up to the sound of something brushing against the wall. Not footsteps, just pressure, like someone running their hand slowly along the wooden boards. The sound moved from the side of the cabin toward the back. My body felt frozen. The brushing stopped, and then I heard steady breathing through the thin wall. Slow, deep breathing. It was right behind the wall near the bed. I lay still, barely breathing. The breathing sound continued for what felt like minutes. Then it faded away as the footsteps returned. The steps circled the cabin again, slow and steady. They stopped near the porch again. Then I heard a soft thud on the steps. Then another. Then silence. The handle twitched again. This time, the person applied more pressure. The latch bent slightly, making a sharp sound inside the cabin. I felt sweat run down my back even though the air was cold. The person tested the door again and again for several minutes. The door held, but barely. Then the person stopped. The breathing sound returned, but on the porch this time. Slow, deep breaths. I held the blanket tightly, staring into the dark, waiting for the sound to fade. But it didn't fade. It stayed there for a long time. When the person finally walked off the porch and disappeared into the forest, the silence that followed felt even heavier. When morning came, I packed the last of my things, grabbed everything I could carry, and left the cabin without looking back. I walked fast to the truck. The forest was cold, and frost covered the leaves. As I reached the truck, I noticed something on the passenger door window, a handprint, not clear but visible, pressed against the glass like someone had leaned in close to look inside. I got in, locked the doors immediately, and started the truck. The engine took a few seconds to start, and those seconds felt like hours. I drove down the road as fast as I safely could. But as I turned around one of the bends, I stopped crying cold. There were footprints in the dirt. Not old ones, fresh ones. Deep, long impressions walking down the same road I was taking. They were ahead of me, walking away from the cabin. The steps were spaced far apart, too far for a normal stride. Someone had been walking the same road earlier that morning. Someone who had left the cabin area just before I did. Someone who walked ahead of me in the same direction. I did not see them on the road. I did not see them anywhere. It was as if they vanished into the forest. I drove until the road became wider and brighter and until I reached open land. Only then did I feel like I could breathe again. When I reached the main road, I kept driving without stopping. When I finally got home, I checked every lock twice. I closed every curtain. I stayed awake most of the night even though I was exhausted. For weeks after that, I kept looking out of the windows at night, watching the shadows. The cabin was supposed to be a place where I could rest and clear my mind. Instead, it showed me something I still try not to think about too much. Someone had been living out there, walking around at night, circling cabins, checking doors, watching people sleep without saying a word. And the worst part was not the footsteps or the breathing. The worst part was knowing this. Whoever that person was, they knew I would be there. They returned again and again. They tried the door harder each night. And the only reason I am not still in that cabin is that I left before they stopped testing the handle and finally decided to push harder. I still think about the breathing against the wall. I still imagine the sound of the latch bending under pressure. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and I can hear my own heartbeat, I remember the footsteps fading into the forest. I know I left the cabin. I know I drove far away, but I do not know if the person who kept returning stayed behind. Sometimes, when I look out into the dark, I feel the same heavy silence pressing down around me, the same cold, heavy air, the same sense of someone standing just out of sight. Sometimes it feels like that person followed me down the mountain, and I still do not know what they wanted. I had rented the cabin because I wanted a long break from people. I had been working almost every day for months, barely sleeping, barely thinking straight, and when I finally realized how drained I was, I began searching for a place far from everything. The cabin I found was an old one, sitting deep inside a forest that stretched across several valleys. The listing said it was built in the 1960s and very few people stayed there because it was about an hour away from the nearest town, and the road leading to it was rough and narrow. That sounded good to me. I wanted quiet. I wanted distance from noise, streets, cars, and phones. I wanted to be somewhere where I could hear my own breathing and feel like nothing else mattered. When I arrived, the sun was low, almost touching the tops of the tall pine trees. The dirt road leading to the cabin twisted sharply to the left and then dipped down along a slope before rising again. The place was small, one floor, wooden walls that had faded with years of weather, a small porch, a metal roof with rust along the edges, and windows that looked like they had not been cleaned in decades. The air was cold, colder than I expected for that time of year. The wind had a sharp sound as it moved through the trees. I parked beside the cabin and stepped out. The smell of the forest was heavy, like damp wood, old leaves, and cold soil. My boots sank slightly into the soft ground. The cabin had no one around it, no other houses in sight, nothing except trees surrounding it like thick walls. Inside, it was simple. A small living area with a fireplace, a kitchen with old wooden shelves, a small table, a single bedroom in the back, and a bathroom beside it. Everything looked untouched for months. Dust had collected on the shelves, the floor had a thin layer of dirt near the door, and the air felt stale. I unpacked slowly, taking my time because I wanted this to feel like a slow, quiet few days. I placed my bag on the bed, put my food supplies on the table, checked the water, checked the windows, and tested the old lock on the front door. It worked but felt loose, like it had been turned many times and the wood around it was worn. As night came, the air grew even colder. I made a fire in the fireplace, watching the flames grow, listening to the crackling wood. The sound filled the quiet room. Outside, the dark settled quickly, swallowing the trees until the only thing visible through the windows was blackness. I could hear the wind hitting the cabin walls. I could hear branches moving against one another. Everything felt calm. I thought the night would pass easily. I sat in a chair near the fire, warming my hands, letting the heat sink into me after the long drive. But sometime in the middle of the night, after I had gone to bed, I woke up because I heard something move inside the cabin. It was light, like a small step or a shift of weight on old wood. At first, I thought it was the cabin settling. Old structures make noises, especially when the temperature drops. I stayed still, listening. My heartbeat was slow at first, then started to speed up a little because the sound came again, this time from the living room. A soft creak of a floorboard. I lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark. The fire had died down, and the cabin was cold. My breath felt heavier in the cold air. I waited. Another creak, softer, like someone putting slow weight on the floor. I tried to convince myself it was an animal. Maybe a raccoon or something got inside. Maybe the door had a gap. Maybe something pushed the window open. But I remembered locking the door and checking the windows. None of them had cracks big enough for anything large to get through. I stayed awake for a long time, waiting for another noise. Eventually, nothing else came, and I fell asleep again. The next morning, I got up and walked through the cabin carefully, checking everything. The door was locked exactly the way I left it. The windows were shut tightly. Nothing looked touched. I checked the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom. Everything was exactly how I remembered. I convinced myself it was just the cabin making sounds from the cold. The day passed normally. I walked around the woods near the cabin, exploring the trees and the small slope behind the building. The ground was soft with old leaves, and I could see animal tracks around, but nothing strange. I collected some wood, cleaned the table, swept the dusty floor, and tried to make the place feel more comfortable. By the time the sun set again, I felt relaxed. The noises from last night felt distant and easy to dismiss. But that night, the sounds came again. I had gone to bed earlier because the cold made me tired, and the warmth from the blankets felt good. I was half asleep when I heard something knock lightly against the wall. Not the usual creaking or shifting. It was a tap, a deliberate tap, like something touched the outside wall near the kitchen window. I froze. I waited. The wind outside was steady, but this was not the wind. The tap came again, this time lower, closer to the floor. I got out of bed slowly, trying to keep my steps quiet. I walked toward the living room. The air felt colder there, like something had lowered the temperature even more. I stopped near the window and listened. Nothing, not even the sound of the forest. It was completely silent. I stood there for a while before going back to bed. I pulled the blankets over me and tried to calm myself. I thought maybe a small animal had jumped against the wall. Maybe branches had moved in the wind. I tried not to think too much. I fell asleep eventually. In the morning, I checked the outside walls. The ground was soft mud mixed with old leaves, perfect for showing footprints if someone had walked close. I looked carefully around the cabin. I didn't see anything. No prints, no marks, nothing disturbed. But when I looked at the wall where I heard the tapping, I noticed something small. The dirt near that part of the foundation was moved slightly, like something had pressed against it. Not deep, not clear, but enough for me to notice. I tried not to let it bother me, but it stayed in my head all day. That evening, I brought more firewood in and kept the fire going for longer. I thought if the cabin stayed warm, maybe it wouldn't make so many noises at night. I stayed awake longer too, sitting near the fire, listening to the wind and the occasional cracking of wood. Around midnight, when the fire was low but still glowing, I heard something move inside the cabin again. This time it was clearer. A soft, slow step on the old wooden floor. Not in the living room, in the kitchen. My whole body tensed. My hands felt cold even though the fire was right beside me. I didn't move. I didn't turn my head. I just listened. Another step, and another. Careful, slow, like someone trying not to make noise. The kitchen floor was old. It made small sounds any time I walked there. The weight of the steps I heard was light but very human, not like an animal hopping or sliding. I sat completely still, my breathing shallow. The steps stopped near the table. I waited for minutes, barely blinking, straining my ears for more sound. Nothing. Eventually I stood up slowly and walked backward toward the bedroom. I shut the door quietly and locked it from the inside even though the lock was weak and old. I leaned against the door for a long time before going to bed. I didn't sleep well. My body felt tense, like something inside me was trying to warn me. When morning came, I checked everything again. Nothing in the kitchen seemed moved. The table looked the same. The chairs were in the same place. The door was still locked. The windows were still shut. But something new caught my eye. In the morning, I checked outside. More dragged marks on the ground. Deeper this time. Longer. And near the trees, almost hidden behind a thick bush, I saw a shape on the ground. A log at first, or something that looked like one. But when I walked closer, I saw it was an old rolled-up sleeping bag. Torn, dirty, molded in some places, and too flattened, like it had been used recently but left out in the rain for days. That was the moment I realized I wasn't alone in these woods. Someone else was living out here. Someone who didn't want to be found. And they had been watching me. I dragged the sleeping bag out into the clearing. The smell coming from it was strong and unpleasant. Sweat, damp fabric, and something metallic. I found no wallet, no phone, nothing that could tell me who it belonged to. Just a sleeping bag and the knowledge that someone had been sheltering near my cabin. The rest of the day passed slowly. I stayed inside, checking the windows repeatedly. I kept expecting to see someone standing between the trees. My heartbeat stayed fast, and my hands felt cold even though the cabin was warm. By the time evening came again, I was exhausted but too stressed to relax. I set the lantern in the middle of the room and sat against the wall where I could see both the door and the window. The wind picked up outside, and branches scratched lightly against each other high above the ground. The sound made me jump even though I knew what it was. Then the footsteps returned. Slow, heavy, closer than before. They stopped right outside the window. I didn't move. My breathing felt tight. The lantern light shook faintly as the flame flickered. I stared at the window, praying nothing would appear. The footsteps moved again, this time toward the door. The wooden frame made a soft sound, like someone brushing their hand or body lightly against it. I felt frozen. I could do nothing but sit there. Minutes passed, maybe longer. The footsteps faded again, but the fear didn't fade with them. My muscles stayed tense. My chest felt tight. I didn't sleep, not even for a second. At some point during the night, I realized I needed to leave. I had planned to stay for a week, but staying any longer felt too dangerous. I didn't know who was out there, but they were moving closer every night. They were getting bolder, and they knew where I slept, when I left, and how alone I was. I made my plans silently, in my head, as I sat through the night. I would pack at first light. I would get in my car and leave as fast as the road allowed. I would never come back. When morning arrived, I opened the door slowly. The clearing looked calm again. The sunlight made the forest look normal, almost peaceful. But I knew better now. The marks on the ground had grown clearer. The dragged lines were deep and uneven. There were footprints now, 2 large ones made by boots. They led into the woods, and they led back toward the cabin. I moved fast. I packed everything without caring about the mess. I loaded the car and kept looking toward the trees. Every second felt heavy. I expected someone to step out from behind a trunk at any moment. I opened the driver's door, but something made me freeze. On the hood of my car, placed neatly in the center, was the piece of jacket fabric I had found earlier. Folded into a small square, cleaned, smoothed out. Someone had been close enough in the night to place it there. I felt a hard coldness spread through my body. My hands began to shake again, worse than before. I grabbed the fabric and threw it inside the car without thinking, then slammed the door and started the engine. The sound felt loud and unnatural in the quiet clearing. I drove faster than I should have on the rough dirt road. The trees flashed past on both sides. Every bend in the road made me feel like someone would step into view. But no one did. The forest stayed still as I left it behind. Only when I reached the paved main road did my breathing finally slow a little. I drove all the way back to town without stopping once. I felt the tension slowly leaving my body, replaced by a heavy exhaustion. When I got home, I locked every door and window, even though I knew the person from the woods wasn't anywhere near me anymore. But the fear didn't disappear completely. For days afterward, I kept replaying everything in my mind. The footsteps, the dragged marks, the sleeping bag, the fabric placed on my car. I realized that whoever was living in that forest had probably been watching the cabin long before I arrived. Maybe I had invaded their space without knowing it. Maybe they had been angry, or maybe they had simply been curious and cautious at first, then more bold as they saw me staying. I thought about how close they must have come to the cabin during the nights, how long they might have been standing just outside the window, how silently they must have moved to stay hidden in the dark. The idea of it stayed in my mind, tightening around my thoughts every time I tried to sleep. The cabin owner messaged me a week later to ask how the stay went. I didn't tell him everything. I just said that someone else seemed to be living near the area and that he should check it out. He replied that he hadn't been to that cabin in years and that no one else was supposed to be anywhere near it. He sounded surprised, but I didn't want to talk about it more. For a long time, I had trouble sleeping. Every small sound in my house made me tense. Every shadow in the corner of a room made me turn my head quickly. I kept checking my windows at night, expecting to see someone standing outside, even though I knew it was impossible. I kept imagining heavy footsteps moving around my house the same way they had circled the cabin. Months passed before I could sleep through a full night again. Even now, the memory of that forest stays with me. I think about how isolated the cabin was, how easily someone could live out there without being found, how someone could watch anyone who stayed there without leaving a trace except for the marks on the ground and the quiet sounds in the night. I haven't gone back to the woods since then. Not to that cabin. Not to any cabin. I still like nature, but I prefer places where other people are nearby, even if I don't talk to them. The feeling of being completely alone in a remote place is no longer comforting for me. It feels dangerous now. The ending of it all is simple but clear. I survived because I left early. If I had stayed another night or two, I believe something would have happened. I can't explain exactly what, but the pattern was there. The footsteps growing closer, the marks on the ground growing clearer, the objects being moved, the signs becoming more deliberate. Whoever was out there was not just passing by. They were approaching me slowly, night after night, with intention. Leaving saved me, and even though nothing physically happened to me, the experience changed me deeply. The memory of being watched without seeing the watcher stays with me in a quiet, heavy way that never fully goes away. That is the clearest ending I can give. I left the cabin behind, but the cabin, and the unseen person who lived near it, never fully left me. I drove up the narrow dirt road with the windows slightly open, letting the cold air of the mountains move through the truck. I had spent weeks working long shifts, barely sleeping, barely eating real food, trying to get ahead on bills and problems that kept stacking up. When my cousin mentioned that he had a small cabin deep in the hills that I could use for a week, I took the offer without thinking twice. I wanted a place where no one could reach me, where I would not hear cars or voices, where I could rest my mind. The cabin was supposed to be simple, nothing special, just wood walls, an old bed, a stove, and running water from a small tank system. That was all I needed. I only brought basic food, a few tools, a flashlight, extra batteries, a thick jacket, and a small notebook. The road was rough, with loose stones and fallen branches everywhere, so I kept driving slow. Trees leaned over the path in a way that made it feel like I was entering a tunnel made of branches. The forest was thick, much heavier than anything I was used to. The trees stood tall and close to each other, their trunks dark and damp. Moss covered most of the roots, and even though the wind was cold, the inside of the forest felt strangely warm, like the trees blocked the cold air but held the moisture. I could hear nothing but the sound of my engine and the small movements of birds jumping between branches. When I reached the cabin, the road simply ended. There was no sign, no fence, no clearing. The cabin looked like someone had placed it right in the middle of the trees without cutting much around it. It was small, made of dark wood that had aged almost to a gray color. The porch was uneven but still held its shape. The windows were clean enough to see through, and the roof looked all right. Behind the cabin, the forest continued up a steep hill covered in fallen leaves and rocks. I turned off the engine and waited a few seconds. It felt strange to hear complete silence again. No engines, no people, nothing. Just the wind passing high above the trees and the soft shifting of branches. I carried my bags inside and looked around. The air inside the cabin was cold but dry, which felt better than the damp forest air. The place had a small kitchen counter, a table with 2 chairs, a bed pushed to one corner, and a metal stove for heating. There was no electricity. The only light came from the windows and a small lantern hanging near the door. The floor creaked with each step, but everything felt steady enough. I checked the water tank and saw that it still had a good amount left inside. The toilet was an outhouse about 30 feet behind the cabin. First, everything felt peaceful. I unpacked slowly, trying to let my body relax. The silence was almost too heavy after spending so much time in busy places. I walked around the cabin, checking the windows, the door latch, the wood pile, and the small storage shed beside the porch. Everything seemed untouched. The ground around the cabin had no obvious footprints or recent signs of people. The only marks were from animals, probably deer, maybe raccoons. When the evening came, I sat on the porch and watched the trees turn dark. The temperature dropped quickly, and the air carried a strong smell of soil and pine. I boiled water on the stove and made a simple meal. After eating, I wrote in my notebook for a while. I felt tired, the kind of tired that makes your arms heavy and your head slow. I crawled into the bed, pulled the blankets around me, and closed my eyes. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up for no clear reason. I was not sure if I had heard something or if the silence had become too deep. I lay still and waited. I could only hear my own breathing and the wind brushing against the roof. I almost fell asleep again when I heard something outside. It was faint, but it was there. Soft footsteps on dry leaves. Not fast, not loud, just slow steps moving around the cabin. I stayed completely still. My heartbeat got faster, and I tried to adjust my breathing so it would not be too loud. The steps moved near the wall behind the bed. They were close, very close. For a moment, they stopped. I could hear nothing. Then the steps continued, circling the cabin slowly, almost like someone was looking inside or checking the walls. I did not move. I did not get up. I waited until the steps faded away. Took a long time, or at least it felt like a long time. Even after the steps stopped, I stayed awake for hours, listening to the forest. I kept trying to convince myself that it was probably an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe something else. But the footsteps sounded too steady, too heavy, too even. Not rushed, not random. More like a person. When the sun finally came up, I got out of bed carefully and opened the door. The air was freezing. I walked around the cabin, scanning the ground. The leaves were disturbed, but not in a way that made it clear what had caused it. There were patches where the leaves were pushed aside in long shapes that looked like shoe prints, but the ground was too soft to hold a full shape. I stared at the marks longer than I should have. My mind kept trying to match them to something familiar, but they looked too long to be from a typical boot. I tried to calm myself by thinking about the forest. There were hunters around these hills sometimes. Maybe someone had walked close to the cabin and left during the night. Maybe they did not see the cabin until they were right next to it. Maybe they moved around it because they were curious or confused in the dark. That idea made enough sense that I accepted it for the moment. The day passed slowly. I kept myself busy gathering more wood, checking the water pipes for leaks, organizing the small shed, and cleaning the porch. The air stayed cold, and the sky turned gray around noon. I felt uneasy the whole day. Every time I walked behind the cabin, I remembered the sound of the footsteps near the wall. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I came here to rest, not to overthink everything. As night came again, I made a small fire outside to keep myself warm. I sat near it, staring into the trees. The light barely reached more than a few feet before the darkness swallowed everything. I finished eating, cleaned the small pan, and sat on the porch for a while. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Even when I focused, I barely heard any animals. When I went inside and locked the door, I checked the windows twice to make sure the latches were tight. I tried to believe that nothing unusual would happen again, but my body was tense. I got into bed, pulled the blanket to my chest, and tried to sleep. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time, I knew what woke me. A sound at the front of the cabin. Not footsteps on leaves, this time it was the porch. Something stepped on the wooden boards. Slow, heavy steps that made the wood creak. The sound came closer to the door. I turned my head in the dark and stared at the outline of the door from across the room. The porch creaked again. Then again. Something was standing right in front of the door. I felt the air inside the cabin become tight, almost like the space got smaller. My breathing became shallow. I could see nothing in the darkness, but I could feel the presence of something inches away from the door on the other side. Then I heard the door handle twitch, just slightly, a soft click. The handle moved again, very carefully, almost like someone was testing how it worked. The latch held. After a while, maybe half a minute, the handle stopped. The porch creaked again as the steps moved away slowly. When I could no longer hear anything, I stayed awake for hours again, staring at the door and listening to every tiny sound. I did not want to fall asleep. I did not want to wake up to something worse. When morning came, I forced myself to open the door. My hands shook slightly, but I kept going. The porch was the same, except for a faint mark near the doorframe. It looked like someone had touched the wood with something metal or rough. The cabin door handle had fresh scratches on it. They were small but clear. Under the table, on the floor near one of the chair legs, there was a small piece of dirt. Fresh dirt, darker than the dust around it. It looked like a small clump that had fallen from a shoe. I stared at it for a long time. My heart beat heavy and slow. I felt a tightness in my stomach. I tried to tell myself I had carried it in, but I knew I hadn't walked to that side of the kitchen since yesterday morning. Someone had been inside the cabin during the night. The idea grew slowly in my mind, like a cold spreading through my chest. I looked around again, careful, slow, trying to find any other sign. I checked the cupboards, the closet, even under the bed. Nothing looked disturbed. The rest of the day I felt uneasy. I kept looking at the windows, checking the door, listening to the forest. The silence felt heavier than before. Even the wind sounded strange, like it moved differently. As night approached again, my nerves were stretched tight. I didn't want to sit in the dark waiting for noises, but I also didn't want to leave yet. Something in me wanted to understand what was happening. I kept the fire bright and stayed awake longer than before. The cabin felt warmer than on the previous nights. I could hear the forest more clearly through the windows. Wind, branches, distant cracks of wood. Hours passed without anything unusual. But around 3 in the morning, when the fire was almost out and the room was dim, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A slow breath, soft, controlled, coming from somewhere inside the cabin. It wasn't mine. I was holding my breath the moment I realized I heard it. The sound came from the hallway, somewhere near the bedroom door. It was faint, like someone trying not to breathe loudly. I turned slowly, eyes wide, staring into the dark hallway. I couldn't see anything. The fire behind me gave a faint glow, but it didn't reach that far. The hallway was black. The breathing came again, even quieter. I felt frozen, unable to move. My skin felt cold and tight. My chest ached from how shallow I was breathing. There was someone inside the cabin with me. Someone who had been moving at night. Someone who had probably been watching me. I didn't move for minutes. The breathing stopped. The hallway stayed dark. The silence returned. After a long time, I got up slowly, step by step, and went into the bedroom. I locked the door and pushed the small dresser against it, even though it wasn't heavy. I lay in bed but didn't sleep at all. Every minute felt like an hour. When morning finally came, the cabin felt colder than ever. My hands were shaking slightly as I moved the dresser and stepped outside the bedroom. I checked everything again, and again nothing was moved. The windows were still locked. The door was still locked, but something was missing. The firewood pile inside the cabin, the one near the fireplace, was smaller. I knew exactly how many pieces I had placed there the night before. I had made a mental note of it because I wanted to know how many I used each night. At least 5 pieces were gone. Someone had taken firewood from inside the cabin during the night. Not animals. Person. A person who moved quietly, breathed slowly, stayed in the dark, and didn't try to hurt me. Not yet. The thought made my stomach twist. I went outside to see if there were footprints. The ground behind the cabin had new marks. Faint, almost erased by the wind, but I could see them. Human prints. Light prints, like someone walking carefully to hide the depth. They led to the back of the cabin where the trees grew denser. I followed the prints for a while, stepping carefully, looking around every few seconds. The prints grew harder to see deeper in the woods. The forest floor was thick with leaves and the light was dim. After a few minutes, I stopped following them. I looked around at the silent trees and felt something heavy settle in my chest. There was someone living in these woods. Someone who knew the area well. Someone who had been entering the cabin every night without making a mistake. Someone who watched me, and I had no idea where they were or what they wanted. That day, I made a decision. I would leave in the morning when there was enough light. I didn't want to drive through the rough road in the dark. I spent the whole day awake, alert, barely blinking, listening for anything unusual. I kept the fire going bright from noon until evening. But the fear stayed with me in every moment. Night fell again and I didn't lie down. I sat in a chair near the fire with my back to the wall so nothing could approach behind me. My bag was packed. My boots were on. My keys were in my pocket. I was ready to run if I had to. Around midnight, something touched the front doorknob. A slow metal click, like someone testing it gently. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my throat. I waited. The knob moved again, softly, carefully. Then I heard a slow, faint exhale of breath through the crack at the bottom of the door. Someone was on the other side, inches away from me. The fire crackled behind me, and the sound felt too loud in the silent cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even shift my eyes. I stared at the door, every muscle tight, waiting for what would happen next. The knob stayed still after that. The person didn't try to open it forcefully. They didn't knock. They didn't speak. They simply stayed there, breathing softly, like they wanted to hear if I would react. Minutes passed. My hands felt numb because I had been holding them so tightly together. My legs were stiff. My breathing was shallow. Eventually, the breathing stopped. The silence returned. I didn't move until morning. When daylight finally started to push through the windows, I grabbed my bag, opened the door quickly, and stepped outside. I didn't look around the cabin. I didn't check anything. I walked straight to my car, got inside, locked the doors, and started driving. The forest road felt even narrower and rougher than before. My eyes kept darting to the mirrors, checking every few seconds if something was behind me. The trees looked darker, the air colder. Every turn felt like something could appear, but nothing did. When I reached the main road, I finally let out a long breath I didn't know I had been holding. I didn't call anyone. I didn't report anything. I didn't return to get any belongings I left behind. I didn't want to explain anything to anyone. I only knew one thing with complete clarity. Someone had been inside that cabin every night I was there. Someone who had probably been living in the woods for a long time. Someone who knew how to move quietly, how to hide, how to breathe silently, how to watch someone without being seen. I had been sharing that cabin with a stranger who never wanted to show themselves. Someone who might have been just a few feet from me while I slept. And the clear ending, the only ending I could accept, was that leaving was the right choice. If I had stayed one more night, if I had fallen asleep, if I had relaxed even a little, I do not believe I would have woken up safely. The person in those woods was waiting for something, and even though I never saw their face, I could feel it every night in that dark cabin. Leaving wasn't running away, it was surviving, and I never went back. On the third day, I noticed something that confirmed my fear was real. When I returned to the cabin after a long walk, the door was slightly open. I was sure I had closed it. I remembered hearing the latch click, but now it was open by a few inches, moving slightly in the breeze. Inside, the atmosphere felt wrong. The air felt warmer, like someone had been inside breathing and moving around. My items on the table weren't where I left them. My bag looked disturbed. I stepped inside carefully, scanning the room, and then I noticed it. A faint smell that wasn't there before. A smell like old sweat mixed with damp clothing. It lingered near the bed and near the bathroom door. My stomach tightened. I opened the bathroom door slowly, pushing it with one finger, expecting someone to be inside. But the small space was empty. The shower curtains were still. The floor was dry. I checked behind the furniture, under the bed, everywhere. Nothing, but the smell remained. I didn't sleep that third night. I stayed awake on the chair, listening to every noise. The cabin made small creaks, but nothing like the previous nights. It was like whatever had been moving before was now waiting. On the fourth day, I found something that pushed everything into a new level of fear. Behind the cabin, near a large pine tree, I found a small pile of trash. At first I thought it belonged to old visitors, but when I looked closely at the items, I froze. The trash included an empty food wrapper that I recognized from my own supplies. It was the same brand and type I brought. I didn't remember eating it. I didn't remember opening it. Next to the wrapper was a crushed empty water bottle, not mine, and a piece of torn fabric that looked like it came from clothing. The fabric was dirty and smelled terrible. The kind of smell that comes from someone who hasn't showered in a long time. Then, near the bottom of the pile, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A small folded piece of paper with handwriting on it. The writing was messy and uneven. The words didn't form a sentence, but they repeated something over and over again. A single phrase written many times. "He's sleeping." My vision blurred for a moment. My hands shook. I dropped the paper and stepped back. My mind raced in circles, trying to make sense of what I saw. Someone had been near the cabin. Someone who watched me long enough to know when I slept. Someone who had been close enough to see me through the window or through cracks in the walls. That day I stayed near the cabin, trying to decide if I should pack up and leave. But the path was long and rough, and I didn't feel safe traveling at night. I told myself I would leave in the morning. I counted down the hours until sunrise. But the fourth night was the worst of them all. The sounds began much earlier, long before I attempted to sleep. It started with soft movement near the porch. I sat on the bed, flashlight ready, listening. The noises were slow and deliberate, something heavy stepping carefully on the wooden boards. I didn't dare approach the door. I stayed inside, staring at it, listening to every shift of weight. Then the footsteps moved along the side of the cabin. The wood outside creaked under the pressure. Something brushed against the wall. The steps reached the back of the cabin. Then silence. I held my breath, waiting for what came next. Minutes passed. Then I heard a faint tapping. It came from under the floorboards.
Top, top, top.
Slow and spaced apart. I knew there was no crawl space under the cabin. It sat on thick wooden posts only a foot or two above the ground. There was no room for anything larger than a small animal under there. But the tapping was heavy, too steady. The tapping stopped. Then the floor under the bed made a soft groaning noise, like weight shifting underneath it. My chest tightened painfully. Then the scratching began, soft at first, then more frantic. It came directly from under the bed. I backed away, pointing the flashlight at the floor. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence was worse than the sounds. It was the kind of silence that felt like something was holding its breath along with me. I didn't sleep. I sat on the chair, gripping the flashlight, staring at the bed. Hours passed slowly, until eventually the scratching began again. This time it came from behind the wall. Something was moving behind it, something that shouldn't be there. The wall between the bed and the bathroom made a low, hollow sound, like someone pressing their weight against it. Then something slid downward behind the wood, like cloth rubbing against old boards. I didn't know how the cabin was built inside, but I knew there wasn't supposed to be any space big enough for a person between the walls. But the sounds didn't stop for the rest of the night. Soft steps, scraping, breathing. I could hear breathing at one point. Slow, steady breathing. Not mine. When the sun finally rose, I felt drained and sick. I packed my bag quickly, not caring what I left behind. I wanted to get out as fast as possible. I took one last look inside the cabin before leaving, and that's when I saw something that nearly made my knees buckle. Near the foot of the bed, barely visible against the wooden floor, was a long, thin smear. It looked like a mark left by dirty hands dragging upward. The mark led to the underside of the bed frame. I didn't look under it. I didn't want to see anything. I ran out of the cabin, got into my car, and started driving immediately. My hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel. The forest felt different as I drove out. Every tree looked like it was hiding something. Every shadow felt heavier. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. Only then did I breathe properly again. But the story didn't end there. When I returned home, I tried to forget what happened. I convinced myself that maybe I imagined parts of it, that maybe I misinterpreted the noises, that maybe the trash pile was old. I tried to rationalize everything. But a week later, I received a call from the cabin owner. He asked if I had left early. I told him I had. Then he asked if I had noticed anything unusual. My stomach twisted. I asked why he was asking. He told me that when he went to check the cabin after I left, he found signs that someone had been living under the cabin. A small space dug deeper beneath one corner. Food scraps, pieces of torn clothing, a dirty blanket. And next to the blanket, he said he found something worse. He found a small notebook filled with scribbles. Most of the pages were unreadable, but one sentence was written clearly over and over again, on several pages. "He sleeps like a dead thing." That was the sentence I never forgot. It explained everything. The steps, the scratching, the breathing. The person had been living under the cabin the entire time, coming out at night, watching me, moving around quietly, getting braver each night. The smell inside the cabin, the moved items, the trash pile, the thought that someone had been under the bed, behind the walls, watching me sleep. I realized that if I had stayed one more night, things could have ended much worse. Maybe that night was when he planned to climb out from under the bed. Maybe he wanted more than just watching me. Maybe he waited for me to fall asleep deeply enough. Maybe I was never supposed to wake up again. The ending was clear in my mind every night after that. The cabin wasn't empty when I arrived. It was already occupied. Someone had been living there secretly, quietly, in the shadows, watching any guest who came in, waiting for the right moment. And I realized something else. The reason the cabin felt like someone had been inside recently was because someone had been inside. Not when I entered, but moments before. He had probably been hiding under the bed, holding his breath as I stepped inside for the ver. On the third day, I noticed something that confirmed my fear was real. When I returned to the cabin after a long walk, the door was slightly open. I was sure I had closed it. I remembered hearing the latch click, but now it was open by a few inches, moving slightly in the breeze. Inside, the atmosphere felt wrong. The air felt warmer, like someone had been inside breathing and moving around. My items on the table weren't where I left them. My bag looked disturbed. I stepped inside carefully, scanning the room, and then I noticed it. A faint smell that wasn't there before. A smell like old sweat mixed with damp clothing. It lingered near the bed and near the bathroom door. My stomach tightened. I opened the bathroom door slowly, pushing it with one finger, expecting someone to be inside. But the small space was empty. The shower curtains were still. The floor was dry. I checked behind the furniture, under the bed, everywhere. Nothing, but the smell remained. I didn't sleep that third night. I stayed awake on the chair, listening to every noise. The cabin made small creaks, but nothing like the previous nights. It was like whatever had been moving before was now waiting. On the fourth day, I found something that pushed everything into a new level of fear. Behind the cabin, near a large pine tree, I found a small pile of trash. At first I thought it belonged to old visitors, but when I looked closely at the items, I froze. The trash included an empty food wrapper that I recognized from my own supplies. It was the same brand and type I brought. I didn't remember eating it. I didn't remember opening it. Next to the wrapper was a crushed empty water bottle, not mine, and a piece of torn fabric that looked like it came from clothing. The fabric was dirty and smelled terrible. The kind of smell that comes from someone who hasn't showered in a long time. Then, near the bottom of the pile, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A small folded piece of paper with handwriting on it. The writing was messy and uneven. The words didn't form a sentence, but they repeated something over and over again. A single phrase written many times. "He's sleeping." My vision blurred for a moment. My hands shook. I dropped the paper and stepped back. My mind raced in circles, trying to make sense of what I saw. Someone had been near the cabin. Someone who watched me long enough to know when I slept. Someone who had been close enough to see me through the window or through cracks in the walls. That day I stayed near the cabin, trying to decide if I should pack up and leave. But the path was long and rough, and I didn't feel safe traveling at night. I told myself I would leave in the morning. I counted down the hours until sunrise. But the fourth night was the worst of them all. The sounds began much earlier, long before I attempted to sleep. It started with soft movement near the porch. I sat on the bed, flashlight ready, listening. The noises were slow and deliberate, something heavy stepping carefully on the wooden boards. I didn't dare approach the door. I stayed inside, staring at it, listening to every shift of weight. Then the footsteps moved along the side of the cabin. The wood outside creaked under the pressure. Something brushed against the wall. The steps reached the back of the cabin. Then silence. I held my breath, waiting for what came next. Minutes passed. Then I heard a faint tapping. It came from under the floorboards.
Top.
Tap. Slow and spaced apart. I knew there was no crawl space under the cabin. It sat on thick wooden posts only a foot or two above the ground. There was no room for anything larger than a small animal under there. But the tapping was heavy, too steady. The tapping stopped. Then the floor under the bed made a soft groaning noise. like weight shifting underneath it. My chest tightened painfully. Then the scratching began. Soft at first, then more frantic. It came directly from under the bed. I backed away, pointing the flashlight at the floor. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence was worse than the sounds. It was the kind of silence that felt like something was holding its breath along with me. I didn't sleep. I sat on the chair, gripping the flashlight, staring at the bed. Hours passed slowly, until eventually the scratching began again. This time it came from behind the wall. Something was moving behind it, something that shouldn't be there. The wall between the bed and the bathroom made a low, hollow sound, like someone pressing their weight against it. Then something slid downward behind the wood, like cloth rubbing against old boards. I didn't know how the cabin was built inside, but I knew there wasn't supposed to be any space big enough for a person between the walls. But the sounds didn't stop for the rest of the night. Soft steps, scraping, breathing. I could hear breathing at one point. Slow, steady breathing. Not mine. When the sun finally rose, I felt drained and sick. I packed my bag quickly, not caring what I left behind. I wanted to get out as fast as possible. I took one last look inside the cabin before leaving, and that's when I saw something that nearly made my knees buckle. Near the foot of the bed, barely visible against the wooden floor, was a long, thin smear. It looked like a mark left by dirty hands dragging upward. The mark led to the underside of the bed frame. I didn't look under it. I didn't want to see anything. I ran out of the cabin, got into my car, and started driving immediately. My hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel. The forest felt different as I drove out. Every tree looked like it was hiding something. Every shadow felt heavier. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. Only then did I breathe properly again. But the story didn't end there. When I returned home, I tried to forget what happened. I convinced myself that maybe I imagined parts of it, that maybe I misinterpreted the noises, that maybe the trash pile was old. I tried to rationalize everything. But a week later, I received a call from the cabin owner. He asked if I had left early. I told him I had. Then he asked if I had noticed anything unusual. My stomach twisted. I asked why he was asking. He told me that when he went to check the cabin after I left, he found signs that someone had been living under the cabin. A small space dug deeper beneath one corner. Food scraps, pieces of torn clothing, a dirty blanket. And next to the blanket, he said he found something worse. He found a small notebook filled with scribbles. Most of the pages were unreadable, but one sentence was written clearly over and over again on several pages. "He sleeps like a dead thing." That was the sentence I never forgot. It explained everything. The steps, the scratching, the breathing. The person had been living under the cabin the entire time, coming out at night, watching me, moving around quietly, getting braver each night. The smell inside the cabin, the moved items, the trash pile, the thought that someone had been under the bed, behind the walls, watching me sleep. I realized that if I had stayed one more night, things could have ended much worse. Maybe that night was when he planned to climb out from under the bed. Maybe he wanted more than just watching me. Maybe he waited for me to fall asleep deeply enough. Maybe I was never supposed to wake up again. The ending was clear in my mind every night after that. The cabin wasn't empty when I arrived. It was already occupied. Someone had been living there secretly, quietly, in the shadows, watching any guest who came in, waiting for the right moment. And I realized something else. The reason the cabin felt like someone had been inside recently was because someone had been inside. Not when I entered, but moments before. He had probably been hiding under the bed, holding his breath as I stepped inside for the ver. After closing the door behind me, I checked the locks twice. The rest of the evening moved slowly, and every sound felt sharpened. When night fell again, I kept a small lamp on. I lay in bed, eyes open, waiting. Took a long time before I heard it again. The same slow stepping sound. This time it came from the left side of the cabin, closer than the night before. I pressed myself against the mattress, listening. The steps were spaced out, one every few seconds, deliberate and controlled. They stopped directly near the bedroom window. I did not move. My breathing felt too loud even though I tried to make it silent. The sound did not come again, but I had the strong sense that something stood there for minutes. The air inside the room felt colder again, though the heater was still running. After a long time, the steps moved away, just as slow as before. Eventually, silence returned. I did not sleep again that night. I lay awake until the window turned faint blue with morning light. When I stepped outside after sunrise, I checked the ground under the bedroom window. The grass there was pressed down deeply. The imprint looked like the shape of footprints, but not clear enough to see who or what made them. They were too large for most animals in the area. The marks were spaced like a human's steps. A strong sense of unease spread through my body. Someone had been standing outside my window, listening, watching, or waiting. I felt anger, fear, and confusion mix in my stomach until I almost felt sick. I considered packing my things and leaving, but something told me that leaving the clearing alone might be riskier than staying inside during daylight, locking everything, and waiting until I could leave calmly. The cabin had cell service, but only weak. I tried using my phone, but the signal kept dropping. I managed to get one text message through to a friend telling him I would return a day early. I did not explain anything. All day I stayed inside, barely moving from the living room. My eyes stayed on the windows. No movement came from the clearing. The forest was still. The hours crawled by. My hands felt cold even when I sat close to the heater. When the sun began to set again, I felt dread settle deep into my chest. I kept every light in the cabin on. I sat with my back against the wall so I could see most of the room. The refrigerator's humming sound felt louder than ever, pulsing through the quiet. Night fully arrived. I waited. My heartbeat was constant, heavy. The first sound came earlier than before. A soft shift in the grass. Then another, slow, controlled, stepping closer, circling the cabin. I listened so hard that the muscles in my neck hurt. The steps moved again to the bedroom side, then around to the kitchen, then toward the front. Whoever it was moved with purpose, not wandering. They knew the layout now. They knew where the windows were, where I slept, where I moved. Hours passed with the sound returning again and again. Sometimes it was close. Sometimes it faded almost completely. I tried not to panic, but my hands were shaking uncontrollably. At some point deep in the night, I heard something different. A light scraping noise against the front door. Not forceful, just a slow stroke along the wood. Then silence. Then another. And another. Each one longer. Each one slower. My breath grew shallow. I felt the hairs on my arms rise with each quiet scrape. Whoever was out there was not trying to break in. They were trying to make me hear them. Trying to let me know they were there. The scraping stopped eventually, and the footsteps faded away toward the clearing. I waited until morning light returned before moving from the wall. I knew I could not stay another night. Even if whatever was out there never tried to enter the cabin, the waiting alone was destroying my sense of safety. I packed everything quickly. My hands felt clumsy, and my legs were stiff from staying tense for so long. When I stepped outside, the clearing was quiet again. The sunlight felt weak, gray instead of warm. I walked quickly to my car, placed my bag inside, and shut the door. Before starting the engine, I looked at the ground one last time. Near the porch steps, the grass was pressed down again. Many times, more than before, like someone had stood there for a long time during the night. I started driving without looking back. The forest road felt endless, and every shadow between the trees made me flinch. My hands shook on the steering wheel. My thoughts kept replaying the slow footsteps, the pressed grass, the scraping sound. It took nearly an hour before I reached the main road. When I finally merged onto it, the sense of pressure eased slightly. The sky looked wider. The air felt less heavy. I kept driving until I reached the first town, and only when I stopped at a gas station did I feel like I could breathe normally again. I stayed in my car for several minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel, staring at nothing. I felt drained, like the fear had taken more energy from me than any physical work could. I realized how close I had come to staying another night, and the thought made my stomach twist. The rest of the drive home felt long but safer. Houses, cars, and streetlights felt unreal after so much time surrounded by forest. When I finally reached home, I sat on my couch and let the quiet of my own space wash over me. Over the next few days, the heavy fear slowly faded, but the memory of those nights stayed sharp. I kept thinking about the flattened grass, the torn fabric, the slow way the steps moved, the patience of whoever it was. I kept imagining someone standing outside the cabin in the dark, waiting for hours, listening to my movements. The ending became clear to me after some time. Nothing supernatural had been there, nothing mystical, nothing impossible, just a person, silent, patient, watching me from the darkness. Someone who learned my routine, walked the clearing every night, stood outside my bedroom window, and dragged a hand along the front door just to let me know they were still there. Asterisk, asterisk. That reality made it far worse than any ghost story. I never reported anything. I had no proof, and I did not know how to describe something like that without sounding unsure or dramatic. But I knew what I heard. I knew what I saw in the grass. I knew how the cabin felt at night when the steps circled it over and over. I never went back to any cabin after that. The thought alone brings back the feeling of lying awake in the dark, waiting for the next slow, careful step outside the wall. And even now, long after leaving that place, I still sometimes wake in the middle of the night and listen carefully to the silence, expecting to hear that same slow, crunching sound in the distance, moving closer one step at a time. The entire day I felt watched. Every time I stepped outside, I felt a faint pressure against my back, like eyes following me from the treeline. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling stayed. I didn't wander far. I barely walked a few feet from the cabin before turning around. As the sun started to disappear behind the trees again, the fear inside me grew. The light seemed weaker than the day before. The wind sounded sharper. I moved around inside the cabin, closing the curtains even though I knew they wouldn't stop anyone from looking in if they wanted to. But it made me feel slightly less exposed. I sat on the bed with my back against the wall so I could see both windows. My breathing stayed uneven as the darkness thickened. The woods outside looked like a giant black wall. Hours passed. The air outside felt heavy and slow. Then I heard something again. At first, it was distant. Soft crunches on the ground, steady but slow. Each step was spaced out, careful, not rushed. I felt my heart beating faster. I leaned forward, listening. The steps got louder. My fingers trembled. I grabbed the edge of the blanket and held it tight. I watched the window because I didn't know what else to do. The steps stopped near the front of the cabin. Then I heard a long, low exhale from outside. Someone was standing right in front of the cabin. My body tightened so much I felt pain in my chest. I didn't move, not even a small shift. I stared at the window but didn't get close to it. I just watched the shape of the curtain, waiting for something to move behind it. The porch didn't creak this time. Whoever was there stayed on the ground. Then I heard a sound so faint I almost thought I imagined it. Something dragging lightly on the dirt, moving in slow circles, like someone turning their foot or dragging something around their shoe. I waited. The sound went on for several minutes. Slow, careful movement. Then I heard the person move toward the back of the cabin again. The same as before. Soft steps. Slow pace. No ruse. But they didn't go far. They stayed near the back wall. I heard them crouch. The sound of weight pressing onto dry leaves. Then nothing. Silence so complete that it made my skin crawl. I didn't sleep that night either. When morning came, I walked around the cabin and found something that made my whole body go cold. Behind the cabin, on the ground near the back wall, the leaves and dirt were disturbed in one spot. The shape didn't look like an animal print. It looked like someone had crouched there for a long time. I felt sick when I saw it. I didn't go back inside right away. I stood outside for a moment, trying to stay calm, but my hands shook uncontrollably. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I knew that something bad would happen if I did. I felt watched even during daylight. I went inside to gather my things quickly. I packed fast, barely folding anything, just stuffing whatever I could into my bags. I didn't want to delay even a minute. My mind kept repeating the same thought. Get out. I carried my bags to the car and put them in the back seat. My hands fumbled with the keys when I tried unlocking the door. I kept looking at the tree lean, expecting someone to step out. When I finally unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat, I didn't start the engine right away. I looked around one more time, scanning the trees and the ground near the cabin. The silence felt wrong. Too still, too quiet, even for morning. I started the car and backed away quickly, turning onto the narrow path that led back to the main road. My breath shook as I drove. The trees on both sides of the dirt track felt like they were closing in, making the road look thinner. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting a person to step onto the road behind me. As I drove farther away, I noticed something in my rearview mirror that made my stomach drop. A faint movement, far behind me on the dirt road. A dark figure stepping onto the track from between the trees. The distance was too great to see details, but I knew it wasn't an animal. It was a person watching my car drive away. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop. I pressed harder on the gas pedal even though the road was rough and full of dips. My car bounced and shook, but I didn't care. I just needed to leave the woods. After what felt like an hour, I reached the paved road. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me until I drove so far away that the trees finally turned into open land. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station miles away. I sat in the parking lot for a long time, breathing hard, trying to steady myself. My body felt weak, like I had been holding fear inside my chest for too long. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, I realized something that made the fear hit me again. The person wasn't trying to break inside. They weren't trying to rush the cabin or attack quickly. They were watching, studying, slowly getting closer each night, standing right outside my window, listening to my movements, learning the cabin's sounds. They were waiting for the right moment. If I had stayed one more night, that moment might have come. When I got home, the fear didn't disappear. I kept replaying every sound in my head, every slow footstep, every breath outside the window. I realized how close I came to something terrible happening. The person in the woods wasn't lost. They weren't confused. They weren't harmless. They knew exactly what they were doing. They watched me from the moment I arrived. They moved slowly because they wanted to avoid scaring me away too early. They waited until night when I couldn't see them clearly. They walked around the cabin to find weak spots. They stood close enough to breathe near the window, checking if I was awake. They crouched behind the wall for hours, listening. None of it was random. The more time I spent away from the cabin, the clearer everything became. The person had been building up to something. If I had stayed another night, or let my guard down, or fallen asleep too deeply, the situation would have turned into something I might not have survived. Leaving that morning wasn't just the right choice. It was the choice that saved my life. I never went back to the cabin. I never asked the owners about the place. I didn't want to know anything else. Some things are better left alone. But at night, even now, I sometimes hear the memory of soft footsteps in my head. Slow, careful steps on dry ground. And every time, I remember how close the person stood to my window. And I remind myself that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't be remembering the story. I would be part of it. I reached the cabin late in the afternoon after driving through a long stretch of empty forest road that looked the same in every direction. The sky had that pale, washed-out color that comes before sunset, and the air felt colder than I expected for that time of year. The cabin stood alone at the edge of a wide clearing. The clearing looked like someone had cut the trees back decades ago and then never touched the land again. The grass was tall, uneven, and the ground dipped in random places, as if old stumps had rotted away under the soil. I had rented this place because I wanted a few days alone. My mind felt heavy for weeks, and I thought distance from everything would help. The pictures online had shown the cabin with bright sunlight, a clean porch, and a neat path leading to the door. But when I stepped out of the car, the place looked nothing like those pictures. The wood was darker, the porch was crooked in several places, and the cabin door leaned a little to one side as if the frame had shifted. Still, I walked to the door, unlocked it, and stepped inside. The smell was the first thing I noticed. It smelled like old wood, dry dust, and something faintly metallic that I could not identify. The floorboards creaked under my weight, not loudly but enough to remind me that the place was old. The windows were smaller than they looked in the photos, and they let in only a thin layer of fading daylight. I placed my bag on the small table near the door. The table had scratches all over its surface, long and thin, like something heavy had been dragged across it. I tried not to focus on it and instead walked through the cabin. It was simple. One small bedroom, a living area, a bathroom with plumbing that looked old but still worked, and a narrow kitchen. The refrigerator hummed loudly, shaking a bit every few seconds. I checked inside it even though I had brought my own food. It was empty except for a single glass jar with a dark stain along the bottom. I closed it quickly. The sun was dropping lower, and the clearing outside turned darker. The trees surrounding the clearing formed a thick wall, and as the light dimmed, they looked even taller. I unpacked some clothes, set everything in the bedroom, and then prepared a basic meal. I ate while listening to the refrigerator hum. The sound echoed lightly through the small cabin, mixing with the dull groans of the old wooden walls as they adjusted to the night air. When I finished eating, I walked to the window facing the clearing. The clearing looked dead still, and the long grass barely moved. The sky was a dark blue fading into black. I felt the weight of the forest pressing in from all sides, not physically but in a slow mental way, tightening over time. I told myself it was normal for someone alone in a remote place, but the thought did not help much. I got ready for bed earlier than usual, thinking rest might help settle my mind. The bedroom had only one lamp on a small wooden stand. When I turned it off, the room went almost completely dark except for the faint glow from the window. I lay still on the bed, waiting for sleep. The mattress was thin, and the springs pressed slightly against my back. I drifted near sleep when I heard something. It was soft but sharp at the same time. A faint crunching sound from outside the cabin. Not like leaves blowing or branches moving, but heavier, like something stepping on dry twigs. My body tensed automatically. I opened my eyes and stared up at the ceiling, listening as hard as I could. The sound came again, slightly closer. It moved slowly, with long pauses in between the steps. The clearing didn't have many branches or thick brush, so I tried telling myself that maybe an animal was walking near the cabin, something like a deer or maybe even a stray dog. But the pattern of the steps felt wrong. They were slow, too slow, spaced apart in a way that did not match how animals moved. I stayed completely still, letting the sound continue. After several minutes, it stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the sound itself. I forced myself to breathe normally and waited until my heartbeat slowed down. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my nerves, and I fell asleep. When I woke the next morning, the cabin was cold. My breath made a faint haze in front of my face. I checked the thermostat on the wall. It was off. I had left the heating on before sleeping, and the switch had not moved on its own. I turned it back on and waited for the air to warm even a little. Before eating breakfast, I walked outside to look around. The clearing felt different in daylight, less threatening, but still unusually quiet. I walked slowly around the cabin. On the ground near the back wall, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. There were flattened areas in the tall grass, narrow and long, as if someone had walked through that section many times. The grass in those spots was bent in the same direction, not random like an animal trail. I followed the flattened path a few steps until it curved behind the cabin and then disappeared into the trees. I did not step any further. The forest looked too dense, too dark, even in daylight. I returned inside, ate, and tried to distract myself with reading. But every few minutes I would glance at the windows. The trees swayed slightly with the breeze, but nothing moved in the clearing. The cabin walls popped and clicked with the temperature rising inside. Hours passed that way. By late afternoon, I felt restless. I decided to walk only around the clearing, staying far from the tree line. The grass brushed against my legs. I walked slowly around the whole circle of open land. On the far side, opposite the cabin, I found something that stopped me completely. A small piece of torn fabric was stuck to a branch in the grass. It was dark blue and looked like a scrap from clothing. The edges were frayed. I stared at it and felt an uncomfortable chill run down my spine. I had not walked on that side of the clearing the day before. Someone else had been there. The thought made my skin feel tight. I left the fabric where it was and walked back to the cabin faster than I meant to. The entire day I felt watched. Every time I stepped outside, I felt a faint pressure against my back, like eyes following me from the treeline. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling stayed. I didn't wander far. I barely walked a few feet from the cabin before turning around. As the sun started to disappear behind the trees again, the fear inside me grew. The light seemed weaker than the day before. The wind sounded sharper. I moved around inside the cabin, closing the curtains even though I knew they wouldn't stop anyone from looking in if they wanted to. But it made me feel slightly less exposed. I sat on the bed with my back against the wall so I could see both windows. My breathing stayed uneven as the darkness thickened. The woods outside looked like a giant black wall. Hours passed. The air outside felt heavy and slow. Then I heard something again. At first, it was distant. Soft crunches on the ground. Steady but slow. Each step was spaced out, careful, not rushed. I felt my heart beating faster. I leaned forward, listening. The steps got louder. My fingers trembled. I grabbed the edge of the blanket and held it tight. I watched the window because I didn't know what else to do. The steps stopped near the front of the cabin. Then I heard a long, low exhale from outside. Someone was standing right in front of the cabin. My body tightened so much I felt pain in my chest. I didn't move, not even a small shift. I stared at the window but didn't get close to it. I just watched the shape of the curtain, waiting for something to move behind it. The porch didn't creak this time. Whoever was there stayed on the ground. Then I heard a sound so faint I almost thought I imagined it. Something dragging lightly on the dirt, moving in slow circles, like someone turning their foot or dragging something around their shoe. I waited. The sound went on for several minutes. Slow, careful movement. Then I heard the person move toward the back of the cabin again. The same as before. Soft steps. Slow pace. No rush. But they didn't go far. They stayed near the back wall. I heard them crouch. The sound of weight pressing onto dry leaves. Then nothing. Silence so complete that it made my skin crawl. I didn't sleep that night either. When morning came, I walked around the cabin and found something that made my whole body go cold. Behind the cabin, on the ground near the back wall, the leaves and dirt were disturbed in one spot. The shape didn't look like an animal print. It looked like someone had crouched there for a long time. I felt sick when I saw it. I didn't go back inside right away. I stood outside for a moment, trying to stay calm, but my hands shook uncontrollably. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I knew that something bad would happen if I did. I felt watched even during daylight. I went inside to gather my things quickly. I packed fast, barely folding anything, just stuffing whatever I could into my bags. I didn't want to delay even a minute. My mind kept repeating the same thought. Get out. I carried my bags to the car and put them in the back seat. My hands fumbled with the keys when I tried unlocking the door. I kept looking at the treeline, expecting someone to step out. When I finally unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat, I didn't start the engine right away. I looked around one more time, scanning the trees and the ground near the cabin. The silence felt wrong. Too still, too quiet, even for morning. I started the car and backed away quickly, turning onto the narrow path that led back to the main road. My breath shook as I drove. The trees on both sides of the dirt track felt like they were closing in, making the road look thinner. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting a person to step onto the road behind me. As I drove farther away, I noticed something in my rearview mirror that made my stomach drop. A faint movement, far behind me on the dirt road. A dark figure stepping onto the track from between the trees. The distance was too great to see details, but I knew it wasn't an animal. It was a person watching my car drive away. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop. I pressed harder on the gas pedal even though the road was rough and full of dips. My car bounced and shook, but I didn't care. I just needed to leave the woods. After what felt like an hour, I reached the paved road. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me until I drove so far away that the trees finally turned into open land. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station miles away. I sat in the parking lot for a long time, breathing hard, trying to steady myself. My body felt weak, like I had been holding fear inside my chest for too long. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, I realized something that made the fear hit me again. The person wasn't trying to break inside. They weren't trying to rush the cabin or attack quickly. They were watching, studying, slowly getting closer each night, standing right outside my window, listening to my movements, learning the cabin's sounds. They were waiting for the right moment. If I had stayed one more night, that moment might have come. When I got home, the fear didn't disappear. I kept replaying every sound in my head, every slow footstep, every breath outside the window. I realized how close I came to something terrible happening. The person in the woods wasn't lost. They weren't confused. They weren't harmless. They knew exactly what they were doing. They watched me from the moment I arrived. They moved slowly because they wanted to avoid scaring me away too early. They waited until night when I couldn't see them clearly. They walked around the cabin to find weak spots. They stood close enough to breathe near the window, checking if I was awake. They crouched behind the wall for hours, listening. None of it was random. The more time I spent away from the cabin, the clearer everything became. The person had been building up to something. If I had stayed another night, or let my guard down, or fallen asleep too deeply, the situation would have turned into something I might not have survived. Leaving that morning wasn't just the right choice. It was the choice that saved my life. I never went back to the cabin. I never asked the owners about the place. I didn't want to know anything else. Some things are better left alone. But at night, even now, I sometimes hear the memory of soft footsteps in my head. Slow, careful steps on dry ground. And every time, I remember how close the person stood to my window. And I remind myself that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't be remembering the story. I would be part of it. I went to the cabin because I needed to get away from everything. My work had been draining me for months, and my head felt full of noise that never stopped. I thought a few days alone in the woods would quiet things down. The place I chose was far from any town, sitting alone near a slow river that curved behind a thick wall of pine trees. The cabin was old, small, and plain, with dull wooden walls that had sun-faded marks where old tools used to hang. Everything about it looked used but steady, like it had held up through many winters and storms. I reached there late in the afternoon after a long drive on a rough road that shook the whole car. By the time I carried my bags inside, my arms felt sore. The air smelled like old wood mixed with cold pine from the forest. I liked that smell. It made me feel like I was somewhere clean, somewhere that didn't expect anything from me. The cabin had only one bedroom, a narrow bathroom, and a small main room with a stove, a table, and a weak lamp that flickered when I first switched it on. The place didn't feel warm or welcoming, but it felt quiet. That was what I wanted. Peace, quiet. Behind the cabin, maybe a few hundred meters away, there was another cabin. It looked older than mine and a lot more rough. I saw it when I stepped outside to look around. The roof had a sag in the middle, and the windows were dark like they had been empty for a long time. I didn't see any car, lights, or smoke from a chimney. I assumed no one lived there anymore. I didn't think much of it. That first night was simple. I didn't unpack much. I made a small fire outside in the fire pit, sat on an old log, and watched the sky grow darker until only the shapes of the trees were left. There was no wind, just the sound of the river slowly moving behind the tree line. I felt tired in a good way, like my body was finally slowing down. When I went inside, I locked the door, not because I was scared, but because it felt like the kind of place where you lock doors out of habit. When I turned off the lamp, the darkness felt heavier than what I was used to. City darkness still has light somewhere. This darkness felt like a thick blanket. I lay in the bed listening to the faint sounds of the forest, soft cracks, distant rustles. the occasional chirp. I fell asleep fast. The next morning, sunlight came through the small window and woke me up early. I made coffee on the stove and stepped outside to drink it. The cold morning air hit my face in a sharp way that felt refreshing. I walked a little around the area behind the cabin, kicking through patches of dry needles and leaves. I saw the old cabin again and noticed how silent it looked. I felt something strange when I looked at it longer, like it wasn't abandoned but watching. It was an odd feeling, but I brushed it off. I spent the day exploring the nearby woods. I walked until my legs felt stiff. The forest was bigger than I expected. The river curved around like a wide snake, with the water moving slowly in some spots and faster in others. I noticed fresh footprints near the muddy edge, probably deer or something similar. I didn't see any people, which was what I wanted. When I got back near my cabin, the air was colder, and the sky was turning a faint orange. I took a slow breath and felt that peaceful quiet again. That was when I looked at the old cabin and noticed something different. The door looked open just slightly. The day before, I was sure it had been shut. I stood there staring at it for a long moment. Maybe the wind pushed it open. Maybe it wasn't shut properly. I wasn't the type to jump to creepy thoughts, so I forced myself not to overthink it. I brought firewood inside my own cabin and settled in for the night. I read a bit on my phone until the battery got low. I had brought a power bank, but I didn't plan on using my phone much. I wanted to detach from everything. Later that night, as I lay in bed, I heard something faint. It sounded like a soft step on dried leaves outside. I held my breath to listen better. After a few seconds, I heard another faint step. It wasn't an animal scurrying. It sounded heavier, controlled. I stayed still and tried to convince myself it was just a deer or something passing through the trees. The sound stopped after a while. I eventually fell asleep, though it took longer than the night before. The next morning, I stepped outside and walked around the cabin to see if anything was moved or disturbed. The ground was covered in pine needles, so footprints didn't show well, but I did notice something. Near the side wall of my cabin, some of the needles looked brushed aside like someone had stepped there and shifted them lightly. It wasn't deep enough to be certain, but it stood out to me. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping up in my stomach. I told myself cabins in the woods come with noises, animals, and weird shapes in the trees. That was normal. Later, when I walked past the old cabin again, the door was now fully closed. That made me stop. I stared at it, wondering if I had imagined it being open the day before. Maybe I was mixing things up. Maybe I was tired from the long walk earlier. I tried to push my mind towards simple explanations. Still, the feeling wouldn't leave me. Back at my cabin, I made food, cleaned up, and tried to relax. But as evening came, something inside me felt strangely alert, like my body knew something my mind didn't want to accept. The woods were quiet in a way that didn't feel comforting anymore. Too quiet, almost like everything was listening. When darkness came, the silence grew thicker. I sat near the window watching the tree line. The inside of the cabin felt smaller when night settled around it. I couldn't hear much from the outside, only the occasional soft crack of something shifting in the woods. I finally lay down, trying to sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to that old cabin. I kept seeing that image of the door cracked open, then shut again. Something didn't add up. Around midnight, I woke to a dull thump from outside. I froze. The sound had come from behind the cabin, near the back wall. I stayed completely still, every part of my body tight with tension. I listened hard. For a moment, there was nothing. Then another soft thump, almost like someone trying not to make noise. My heart started pounding, and I felt a cold sweat form on my forehead. I slowly slid out of bed and crouched low near the window. I didn't want to turn on the lamp because the light would make me visible from outside. I waited. A faint rustling sound came next, like someone brushing against the wall. The fear that filled me wasn't loud or panicked. It was slow and deep. It was the kind of fear that felt like sinking into cold water, pulling me down inch by inch. Then the sound stopped completely. I stayed awake for hours, unable to relax. When morning finally arrived, I almost felt relieved enough to collapse. I stepped outside carefully and walked around the cabin. The area near the back wall had the same disturbed pine needles I noticed before, but now there were more of them, shifted in a way that looked deliberate. I crouched down, staring at the ground. Someone had been there. I felt sure now. Not an animal. Not the wind. Someone human. I didn't know if calling the police would help. My phone barely had signal, and I didn't even know the exact location well enough to describe it. Besides, I didn't have proof of anything yet. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping up in my stomach. I told myself cabins in the woods come with noises, animals, and weird shapes in the trees. That was normal. Later, when I walked past the old cabin again, the door was now fully closed. That made me stop. I stared at it, wondering if I had imagined it being open the day before. Maybe I was mixing things up. Maybe I was tired from the long walk earlier. I tried to push my mind toward simple explanations. Still, the feeling wouldn't leave me. Back at my cabin, I made food, cleaned up, and tried to relax. But as evening came, something inside me felt strangely alert, like my body knew something my mind didn't want to accept. The woods were quiet in a way that didn't feel comforting anymore. Too quiet, almost like everything was listening. When darkness came, the silence grew thicker. I sat near the window, watching the tree line. The inside of the cabin felt smaller when night settled around it. I couldn't hear much from the outside, only the occasional soft crack of something shifting in the woods. I finally lay down, trying to sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to that old cabin. I kept seeing that image of the door cracked open, then shut again. Something didn't add up. Around midnight, I woke to a dull thump from outside. I froze. The sound had come from behind the cabin, near the back wall. I stayed completely still, every part of my body tight with tension. I listened hard. For a moment, there was nothing. Then another soft thump, almost like someone trying not to make noise. My heart started pounding, and I felt a cold sweat form on my forehead. I slowly slid out of bed and crouched low near the window. I didn't want to turn on the lamp because the light would make me visible from outside. I waited. A faint rustling sound came next, like someone brushing against the wall. The fear that filled me wasn't loud or panicked. It was slow and deep. It was the kind of fear that felt like sinking into cold water, pulling me down inch by inch. Then the sound stopped completely. I stayed awake for hours, unable to relax. When morning finally arrived, I almost felt relieved enough to collapse. I stepped outside carefully and walked around the cabin. The area near the back wall had the same disturbed pine needles I noticed before, but now there were more of them, shifted in a way that looked deliberate. I crouched down, staring at the ground. Someone had been there. I felt sure now. Not an animal. Not the wind. Someone human. I didn't know if calling the police would help. My phone barely had signal, and I didn't even know the exact location well enough to describe it. Besides, I didn't have proof of anything yet. I tried to shake off the fear and spent most of the day staying close to the cabin. I kept scanning the tree line, checking the shadows between the trunks. Every shape looked suspicious. Every movement made me tense. By the time the sun started to set again, I felt drained. My nerves were worn thin, and I felt like my brain was stuck in alert mode, unable to calm down. I didn't make a fire that night. I didn't want to attract attention. Inside the cabin, I locked the door again and pushed a chair against it. The idea of someone outside staring in through the windows made my skin crawl. I covered the windows with blankets to block the inside from view. Hours passed, and I stayed awake, listening, waiting. Around 3 a.m., I heard a soft snap of a twig outside. I sat up instantly, then another snap, then a slow rustle. The sound came from the trees, closer than before, almost like whoever it was had walked around during the day and memorized the area, and now they were moving with more confidence. My breathing grew shallow. I felt like my chest was tightening. A few seconds passed. Then I heard slow, careful steps moving around the cabin. I stared at the door, not blinking, barely breathing. The steps stopped right outside. Silence. Heavy silence. Then the softest sound. A slow drag of fingers across the wooden wall. My blood went cold. Every hair on my arms stood up. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I felt my whole body freeze like I had turned to stone. I waited for something else, anything else. But after a long moment, the dragging sound stopped. The steps moved away slowly, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At sunrise, I walked around the cabin again. This time I found something that made my stomach twist into a tight knot. Someone had left a footprint near the back wall. A real, clear footprint. Human, adult, deep enough to show weight and purpose. Not accidental. That was when I finally accepted the truth. Someone was out there. Someone had been watching me since the first night. Someone had walked around my cabin, touched the walls, listened to my movements. Someone who knew how to stay quiet. Someone who was patient. The old cabin suddenly made perfect sense. It wasn't abandoned. Someone was living there, maybe hiding there, maybe watching anyone who got too close. I knew I couldn't stay anymore. I packed everything as fast as I could, my hands shaking with rushed movements. I kept checking the windows, convinced I would see someone standing in the trees. At one point, I heard a distant branch snap in the woods. It made me freeze, but I kept packing with faster hands. I waited until the sun was high enough to light the whole area clearly. Then I got into my car, locked the doors, and started driving down the rough road. My heart hammered the entire time, expecting to see someone step out in front of the car or appear behind me. The farther I got from the cabin, the easier it was to breathe. When I finally reached the main road, I pulled over and sat there for nearly 10 minutes, gripping the steering wheel with stiff hands. My whole body felt shaky, like I had just run for miles. That was when I made the mistake of looking back one last time. Far down the rough forest road, near the edge of the tree line, someone stood there. A figure, still, watching. I couldn't see the face or clothes, just the shape of a person, unmoving, staring toward the road like they had been waiting for me to leave. I didn't wait. I drove away fast and didn't stop again until I reached the nearest town. In the following days, I kept thinking about the old cabin, how the door had been open, how it had been shut later, how those sounds at night kept getting closer, how the footprints showed up near my walls, how the forest went silent, like everything was aware of the person living in that abandoned-looking place. I realized something important. Whoever lived in that old cabin didn't want to be found. They didn't want people getting close. They didn't want strangers staying in the woods near them. And they had been warning me in their own quiet way the whole time. The ending became clear to me the moment I saw that person standing on the road behind me, watching me leave. They wanted me gone, and I was smart enough to go. I never went back to that cabin. I never tried to find out who lived in the old one. I didn't report anything. I didn't want any more connection to that place. Some people hide in the woods for reasons we don't need to know. And when they show you they're watching, the safest choice is to leave and never return. I went to the cabin because I needed a place where my thoughts could slow down. I had been working too much, barely sleeping, and every small sound in my apartment felt louder than it used to. I wanted quiet, real quiet, the kind that came from being far away from people and cars and anything that demanded attention. I chose a cabin that stood alone in a thick forest, several kilometers away from the closest road. The place belonged to a friend of a friend. I had been told that it wasn't fancy but strong enough for cold weather and isolated enough that I would not see anyone unless I walked for hours. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin was a simple wooden structure, dark brown from age, with a small porch in the front and a thick metal door that looked too heavy for such a small building. The forest was dense around it. Tall pine trees stood almost shoulder to shoulder, their branches hanging close enough that the wind made them rub together and create long, soft, scraping sounds. The ground was a mix of hard dirt and patches of dead leaves. There were no other structures in sight. Even when I looked from the highest point near the cabin, I saw nothing but trees stretching in every direction. On my first day, everything felt calm. I unpacked my bags, filled the water tank with the filtered water cubes I had brought, stacked firewood near the stove, and checked the generator, though I planned to use candles most of the time. I liked the look of the candlelight on the wooden walls. It made everything feel warm and still. I kept the windows closed because the air outside was colder than I expected, and because insects were already starting to gather near the cabin walls as night approached. By the time I finished organizing, the sun had dipped behind the trees, and shadows filled the open spaces between the trunks. The forest got dark fast, in a way I wasn't used to. I sat inside, listening to the soft tick of cooling metal from the stove and the faint rustling of branches outside. I felt a kind of peace that I hadn't felt in months. I went to sleep that night without any trouble. The next morning, when I stepped outside to stretch and breathe the cold air, I noticed something on the ground near the front steps. At first I thought they were marks from animals, maybe deer or a stray dog. But as I walked closer and crouched down, I realized they were footprints. Human footprints. They were made by boots, a size probably close to mine, maybe a little bigger. They came from the direction of the trees, crossed right in front of the porch, and then circled the cabin before disappearing back into the forest. I stood there staring at them, trying to figure out why anyone would walk around the cabin. I hadn't heard anything during the night. No footsteps, no branches snapping, no sound of someone moving close to the walls. And the prints weren't old. They hadn't been smudged or filled with leaves. The edges of each print were sharp and clean. Whoever made them had been there recently, maybe only hours before I woke up. At first I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was someone hiking through the area. Maybe they were looking for something or checking the land. Could have been anyone. I tried to convince myself that nothing was wrong. But the shape of the prints bothered me. They didn't look like the kind made by a person casually passing by. They went around the cabin slowly, almost like the person had been walking close to the walls on purpose. I spent the day trying to ignore it. I chopped some wood, walked around the area to explore a little, and made a simple meal on the stove. But my thoughts kept going back to the prints. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to see someone between the trees. Each time the wind pushed branches aside, I felt my chest tighten a little. I told myself I was just tired, maybe overthinking, but the feeling didn't fade. When night came, I tried to fall asleep, but my mind kept circling the same worry. I lay in bed staring at the wooden ceiling, listening to every small sound the forest made. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped. The wind pressed against the walls and made a low hum that rose and fell, sometimes sounding like footsteps far away. Every time the fire shifted and the wood cracked, my body tensed. I probably fell asleep sometime after midnight, and when I stepped outside the next morning, the air felt even colder, and the sky was pale gray. The ground had a thin layer of frost that made the footprints even more visible. There were fresh ones, the same size, the same shape, the same path. They came out of the woods, circled the cabin again, and left the same way. Seeing them for the second time hit differently. Now I knew it wasn't some random hiker. Whoever it was had come back during the night, walked around the cabin again, and left without making a sound. I didn't know if the person had been watching me or if they had tried to look through the windows or if they had even gotten close to the door. I checked the door lock and the window latches, but nothing had been touched. Everything looked normal except for those prints. I walked a little way into the forest, following the direction the prints led, but they faded quickly where the frost thinned. The ground in the deeper part of the forest was harder and covered with leaves. I couldn't track anything there. The trees had blocked most of the frost from settling, and the shade kept everything dark, even in the morning. After a few minutes, I felt uneasy and went back to the cabin. That day I kept myself busy, but the feeling of being watched slowly grew. It felt like the trees were holding someone behind them, someone staying just out of sight. Every time I stepped around the side of the cabin, I expected to see someone standing there. I checked the windows constantly, trying to see if anything moved in the woods. At one point I thought I saw something pale between the trees, but when I looked harder, it was gone. It might have been a patch of dead bark or a trick of the light. I didn't know. The tension built so much that I barely ate dinner. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, watching the door. I didn't hear anything through the night except the wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. Eventually I dozed off and woke up with a stiff neck. As soon as I stepped outside in the morning, I felt a cold, sinking feeling in my stomach. There were new prints again, Not only had the stranger circled the cabin the same way, but now there were two sets. One set followed the same path around the cabin, but the other stopped right at my bedroom window. The prints were deep and spaced close together, like the person had stood there for a long time. I imagined someone standing outside while I was trying to sleep, their breath probably fogging the window just inches away from where my head had been resting. The thought made my chest feel tight and my hands shake a little. Hours passed. I didn't move. The steps eventually faded, and the forest returned to its normal rhythm. Birds were quiet, leaves barely moved, and the occasional crack of a branch sounded distant, harmless. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was nothing, probably an animal, but the memory of those deliberate steps stayed with me. My sleep was fitful, full of dreams where I was walking through the forest and someone or something was following me. The third day, I tried to convince myself to leave the cabin. I had food and water, sure, but the idea of packing up and hiking back to my car filled me with dread. The thought of walking through those trees alone, knowing that something had been near my cabin the night before, made my stomach turn. I decided to explore again, to stay busy, thinking that if I kept moving I could ignore the fear. I walked for hours, deeper than before, past the creek to a small clearing I hadn't noticed. The clearing was wide, the trees thinner, and sunlight poured down in golden streams. I felt a momentary sense of peace, almost relief, standing there. But then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Footprints. They were not animal tracks, they were too large, too defined. They followed the edge of the clearing, leading back into the woods. They weren't fresh, but they were recent enough to notice. My stomach tightened. Someone had been here, someone human, walking through the woods not long ago. I followed the tracks a little, careful not to leave the path I knew, and they disappeared after a few hundred yards. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't have the service to call for help, and even if I did, explaining it would sound paranoid. I didn't want to leave the cabin, but I didn't want to be outside either. I spent the next day fortifying the cabin as best I could. I checked the locks, secured the windows with whatever I could find, and stacked firewood near the door in case I needed it. I kept the lantern burning during the night, small as it was, because the corners of the cabin felt too dark without it. Every sound outside made my heart jump. A branch snapping, a bird taking off, the wind shifting. I tried to tell myself it was normal, but I could feel the tension stretching in my chest. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of something pounding against the door. My heart jumped into my throat. I grabbed the nearest object, a thick piece of firewood, and crouched low, listening. The pounding continued, deliberate, strong. Not animal, not accidental. Someone wanted in. I waited, frozen, trying to think, trying to figure out what to do. The pounding stopped. I could hear movement outside, brushing against the walls, circling the cabin. I realized then that the person had been outside before, watching me, waiting, learning my habits. I didn't panic yet. Panic would get me killed. I stayed still, counting my breaths, listening. After what felt like hours, I made a plan. I couldn't stay here forever, but I also couldn't just walk out and risk being caught. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, flashlight, and my phone, though the battery was almost dead. I left the cabin quickly, taking a different path than the one I had come on, moving quietly through the underbrush, staying low, using the trees to hide. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart hammering, but there was no sign of anyone following. I hiked for hours, careful to stay on the narrow trails I had scouted earlier, until I finally reached the road. The sense of relief was overwhelming. Cars passed, bringing light and noise, civilization back into my senses. I flagged down the first vehicle, and the driver agreed to give me a ride to the nearest town. I explained as best I could, but mostly, I just stayed silent, letting the presence of people around me remind me that I was safe. Later, I reported the incident to the local authorities. They investigated the cabin and surrounding area, though there was no one there when they arrived. They found evidence of a person having been in the woods. Footprints, some small discarded items, signs that someone had tried to make camp near the creek. But no one was ever caught. I never returned to the cabin. I sold it shortly after, unable to face it again, and I never went back into that forest. Even months later, the memory of those steps outside my cabin, the deliberate, measured pace, stays with me. It's a reminder that the woods are not always empty. People can be silent, unseen, waiting, and the isolation that feels peaceful can turn into fear in an instant. I survived, and I made it out alive, but I carry that fear with me, and I know I always will. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I don't stay in cabins far from civilization. I don't think I ever will. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. It wasn't the sort of vacation most people went on. I liked isolation, quiet, and the kind of solitude that only a deep forest could offer. The cabin I rented was miles off the main road, down a gravel track that twisted through thick pines and occasional open meadows. I had seen photos online. A small wooden structure, weathered but sturdy, surrounded on all sides by trees. There was a small creek nearby, and the owner promised there were no neighbors within walking distance. For me, it was perfect. I wanted to disappear from the noise of the city for a week, and the cabin promised that. I arrived just before sunset. The sky was streaked with orange and red, the kind that makes you feel both alive and small at the same time. The gravel crunching under my tires was the only sound besides the occasional bird call, and for a moment I felt a strange kind of relief. I pulled up near the cabin and stepped out, stretching after the long drive. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of pine and wet earth. I dropped my bag by the front door, which I unlocked with the key the owner had left in a hidden lockbox. The cabin smelled faintly of wood polish and mildew, a scent that seemed to settle somewhere between welcoming and uncomfortable. I didn't care. I was alone, and this was exactly what I wanted. The first night was quiet. I built a small fire in the stone fireplace, ate a simple meal of canned beans and bread, and read by the dim light of a lantern. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear the creek gurgling nearby. There were shadows that moved in the corner of my vision, but I reminded myself it was just the trees and the wind. Sleep came easily in the silence. The second day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, the trees old and tall, their branches forming a kind of natural cathedral overhead. I followed the creek for a while, noticing animal tracks in the mud. Deer, raccoon, maybe even a bear, but I didn't feel threatened. I had my small backpack with water, a first aid kit, a hunting knife, and a flashlight. I told myself I was careful and prepared. Still, by late afternoon, I felt the first prickling of unease, a small, nagging thought at the back of my mind that I could not quite place. I shook it off. The forest was quiet, and I was alone. I was safe. That night, I stayed up later than usual, sitting by the fire with a mug of coffee. The wind had picked up, and the trees groaned under its pressure. I was certain I had heard footsteps outside the cabin, but each time I went to look, there was nothing. The forest beyond the windows was black, dense, and still. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, maybe a branch falling, or a deer wandering close to the cabin. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. My chest felt tight, and I found myself checking the locks on the doors over and over. I turned on the small porch light, and it cast a yellow halo on the snow. Yes, snow had begun falling lightly, dusting the ground and the trees. That soft white layer made the darkness of the forest feel even more oppressive. I fell asleep eventually, but not before leaving my knife within reach and keeping the lantern on. The next day, I noticed something strange. When I stepped outside, the snow that had fallen overnight was mostly undisturbed, except for one set of footprints that led from the tree lean to the edge of the porch. I froze. They were human-sized, wearing boots, and they ended right at the porch. There was no continuation into the forest, as if someone had appeared and vanished into thin air. My heart pounded. I double-checked the locks and peered through the windows. No one was there. I told myself it could be an animal with unusually large paws, though the shape looked unmistakably human. Still, I had driven far from the nearest road, miles from any other cabin, miles from any trail. Who could have been here? I spent the day on edge, pacing the small cabin, checking the windows repeatedly. The snow had stopped falling, leaving the world outside sharp and quiet. Every branch snapping under the weight of ice made me jump. I tried to distract myself by splitting firewood and organizing my supplies, but I kept glancing out the window at the tree line. There was something about the way shadows clung to the trees, as if they were holding their shape unnaturally. That night, I barely slept. I couldn't ignore the sense that someone or something was near. I kept the fire burning longer than usual and left the porch light on all night. The following morning, I woke to the sound of scraping. It was faint, but deliberate, coming from the side of the cabin. My stomach sank. I grabbed my flashlight and knife and went to investigate. In the snow, I found marks along the cabin's wall. Scratches, shallow but long, made by something trying to force itself upward. I ran my gloved hand along them. The wood had splintered slightly. Whoever had done this had not gone far, but they were careful enough not to leave obvious evidence. I realized with a sinking feeling that I was not alone, and that they might be watching me right now, somewhere among the trees. My mind raced. Why? What could they want? The nearest town was hours away, and I had told no one exactly where I was. Not only had the stranger circled the cabin the same way, but now there were two sets. One set followed the same path around the cabin, but the other stopped right at my bedroom window. The prints were deep and spaced close together, like the person had stood there for a long time. I imagined someone standing outside while I was trying to sleep, their breath probably fogging the window just inches away from where my head had been resting. The thought made my chest feel tight and my hands shake a little. I checked the window from inside. Nothing looked out of place. But knowing someone had stood there for so long made me feel like the cabin was not a place of safety anymore. I tried to keep myself calm, but every bone in my body felt tense. I felt like leaving right away, but the trail that led back to my car was long, and the forest was thick. If the stranger was nearby, I would be out in the open the whole time. I wasn't sure if that was safer. I stayed inside most of the day, checking every corner of the cabin as if something might have changed there too. I made sure the stove was burning well because the air felt colder than before. I kept the curtains closed. I breathed slowly and tried to think about what I had to do. I made a plan to leave the next morning after packing everything before the sun rose. I thought it would be safer to travel in daylight, even if it meant staying another night. That night was the worst one yet. I lay in bed fully awake, staring at the ceiling and feeling the darkness pressing against the cabin. I didn't light any candles because I didn't want to give away where I was inside. I listened to every sound and tried to separate the normal ones from anything that shouldn't be there. I heard the wind, the gentle scrape of branches, the creaks of the wood. At one point I thought I heard something soft brushing against the outside wall, but I couldn't be fully sure. It was hard to tell what was real and what my mind was turning into danger because of fear. Hours passed like that, slow and heavy. My body felt frozen in place because moving even a little made the bed creak. I tried to breathe quietly. I tried to imagine the sun rising. I tried to imagine leaving. At some point, exhaustion forced me to close my eyes even though fear stayed sharp inside me. I woke up to silence, a deeper silence than before. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside into a thin layer of frozen air. The prints were there again, fresh and clear, but something about them made my chest tighten even more. They were closer to the door this time. One set went around the cabin like usual, but the other stopped directly in front of the door, as if the person had been standing there quietly for a long time. And the most disturbing part was that a third set of prints appeared. This set came from the opposite direction, a different route through the trees. Two people had come during the night. I didn't know if they arrived together or separately. The prints came from different angles but met near the corner of the cabin, like the two strangers had stood there facing each other before continuing their strange paths. It felt like they were getting bolder, coming closer each night, standing longer, observing the cabin with more intention. I didn't know why. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were watching me. The isolation that I once wanted now felt like a trap. I packed everything quickly, stuffing clothes and tools and food into my bags without caring about the order. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't check the generator. I didn't clean the dishes. I just wanted to leave. I stepped onto the narrow trail that led through the forest toward the old service road where my car was parked. The air was cold enough that each breath felt like it was scraping the inside of my chest. The forest looked darker than it should have in the morning. I kept looking over my shoulder every few steps, expecting to see someone following. The branches overhead blocked the sky, and the wind felt like it was pushing me forward faster. The deeper I walked into the forest, the more it felt like something was behind me. I didn't hear any footsteps, but the silence felt pressed in, thick and tight. I kept imagining the stranger or strangers, walking behind the trees, keeping pace with me, staying out of sight but always watching. Each time I thought about stopping to catch my breath, fear kept me moving. The trail was long, and the uneven ground made my legs ache. I didn't stop once. I didn't even slow down. I kept my eyes on the thin line of dirt that guided me and kept walking. When I finally reached the old service road, I felt a tiny bit of relief, but it didn't last long. The forest bordered the entire length of the road, and the shadows between the trees looked deeper than before. When I reached my car, my hands were shaking so hard that I struggled to get the keys out of my pocket. The cold metal of the door handle made my fingers sting. Once I got inside the car, I locked the doors immediately. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, waiting for the shaking in my hands to calm down. Then I started the engine and drove away without looking back. I kept expecting to see someone in my rearview mirror, stepping out of the forest and watching me leave. But I didn't see anyone. When I reached the main road, the relief finally began to settle in. I drove for nearly an hour before I stopped at a gas station and stepped out to stretch my legs. The normal sounds of cars and people moving around felt strange, almost foreign after the silence of the forest. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't report it. I didn't go back to the cabin or ask anyone about it. I didn't want to hear that someone else had experienced something similar. I didn't want to know if the strangers kept coming back even after I left. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was nothing. Maybe someone else was staying in the area and happened to walk near the cabin at night. But the way the prints circled the cabin, the way they got closer each time, the way they stopped at the door and the window, none of that felt like coincidence. Weeks passed, then months. Life returned to something close to normal. But sometimes when I wake up at night, I think about the prints. I think about how silent the footsteps must have been for someone to walk so close without me hearing anything. I imagine someone standing right outside my door, listening to me breathe, watching the faint light of the candle through a crack in the curtain. The thought that stays with me the most, though, is that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. They hadn't tried to steal anything or hurt me. They just watched. They watched for 3 nights in a row. And the third night, there were 2 of them. I don't know if they knew I was there from the beginning or if they found out by chance. I don't know if they planned something or if watching was enough for them. But I do know this. If I had stayed one more night, if I had ignored the feeling pushing me to leave, something might have changed. The prints had moved from the trees to the walls, from the walls to the window, from the window to the door. The pattern was growing. Each night the strangers were a little closer, a little bolder. And the last set of prints made it clear that I was no longer dealing with one person alone. I think leaving that morning was the only thing that kept the pattern from reaching whatever came next. And that is why I have never gone back to a cabin alone again. I drove up to the cabin on a cold afternoon near the end of autumn, when the leaves were dry and the wind felt sharp every time it touched my skin. I had rented the place to get away for a few days because I felt drained from work and from being around people. The cabin sat deep inside a forest, far from the road, far from any houses, and far from anyone who might pass by. I thought that distance would help me rest, but as soon as I started walking around the place, I realized how quiet it actually was. The kind of quiet that didn't feel peaceful. Felt heavy, like something pressing down on my ears. I tried to ignore it because I had already paid for the place and I didn't want to turn back over a little discomfort. The cabin was small, with weathered wood on the outside and a metal roof covered in patches of rust. There was a shed a little farther behind it, and a long stretch of trees in every direction. The driveway was only dirt, filled with tracks from previous cars, but none fresh. I unpacked my bags and carried everything inside. The air inside the cabin was cold because no one had been there for days, maybe weeks. I could smell old wood, dust, and something else. Something faint, like damp clothes left in a closed room. I opened the windows for a bit to let fresh air in, even though the air outside was colder than inside. The forest around the cabin looked dense. The trees had thin branches that scratched against each other when the wind pushed through them, making a sound that felt like whispering. The floor outside was covered in leaves, and every step I took outside made a deep crunching sound. I tried walking around the cabin to get used to the place. I told myself this would be a calm weekend, but the silence around me made me feel watched, even though I couldn't see anything in the distance except trees. I decided to gather some firewood before the sun went down because the cabin had a small wood stove inside, and I knew I would need it at night. The forest floor was covered with broken branches, so collecting them was easy, but I noticed something strange when I reached the tree line behind the cabin. The ground had footprints, not animal footprints, human footprints. They looked like they were made by someone wearing heavy boots, wider and deeper than my own. At first, I told myself the cabin owner probably walked around here recently, maybe to check the place. But the prints looked old. Some leaves were caught inside them as if they had been there for days, maybe even a week. I tried to ignore it. When I finished collecting the wood, I set it by the stove and lit the fire. The warmth helped a little, but it didn't change the feeling in my stomach. I couldn't shake off the sensation that something wasn't right. The longer I stayed inside, the more I felt the quiet surrounding me like an invisible wall. Every small sound inside the cabin felt louder than it should be. The creaks in the floor, the clicking of the stove as it heated up, even my own breathing sounded too strong. When the sun started to set, the forest outside turned dark faster than I expected. The trees blocked most of the remaining light, and the shadows grew tall and sharp. I sat near the stove, warming my hands, trying to calm myself, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the footprints behind the cabin. I tried to convince myself that there was a simple explanation, but the prints bothered me more than they should have. When night came, the temperature dropped fast. The wind outside got stronger, and I heard the tree branches scraping against each other. I sat on the couch, scrolling on my phone, trying to distract myself, but the signal was weak. Everything loaded slowly, and eventually the signal dropped completely. I put my phone aside and listened to the stove crackling, trying not to focus on the strange feeling that something was outside. At some point, I decided to step outside to get a better look at the night sky because I thought the stars might calm me. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door. The cold hit my face immediately. The air felt colder than usual for that season, like the kind of cold that soaked into your bones. I walked a few feet into the yard and looked up at the sky. The stars were bright and clear, scattered across the sky like ice. For a few seconds, I felt calm. Then I heard a sound, something faint and sharp. Something stepping on dry leaves behind the cabin, near the area where I found the footprints earlier. I froze, holding my flashlight tight. I waited for another sound, but nothing came. My heart started beating faster, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I told myself it could have been a deer or some other animal. I took a slow breath and pointed my flashlight toward the tree line. The light hit the trees, but nothing moved. Still, I felt my skin tighten. I went back inside and locked the door. I added more wood to the stove because the cold started creeping into the room again. I checked the windows even though I knew I wouldn't see anything in the dark. The glass reflected the inside of the cabin, making it impossible to see outside clearly. Hours passed slowly. I tried to sleep but couldn't. I lay in the small bed in the corner of the cabin, listening to every sound. The wind, the creaking wood, the stove, and my own heartbeat. At some point, I started drifting into sleep, but then I heard something again. A crunch outside, slow, steady, like footsteps moving through leaves. My body tensed immediately. I stayed in the bed without moving. My breathing got faster, but I tried to make it quiet. I waited, hoping the sound was only the wind pushing something on the ground, but the steps didn't sound like wind. They sounded controlled, slow, careful. Someone taking deliberate steps around the cabin. I felt my blood turn cold. The steps stopped after a moment, and I waited for them to start again. But the silence that followed felt even heavier. I stayed awake the rest of the night. When the first light of morning touched the window, I got up from the bed with my body stiff and tired. The forest outside still looked quiet, but daylight made it feel less threatening. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. The ground was covered with fresh frost. The air was cold enough to make my breath visible. I walked around the cabin to check the back area again. The footprints I saw the day before were still there, but now there were newer ones beside them. Prints that looked fresh, not covered with leaves this time. Prints that circled the cabin, stopping near the window where I slept. My chest tightened, and my legs felt weak. Someone had walked around the cabin during the night. Someone had come close enough to stand near the window while I was lying there, trying to sleep. I fought the urge to leave immediately. I wanted to stay calm and think things through, but my mind kept going back to the slow steps I heard in the dark. I looked around the trees, scanning for movement, but everything looked normal. Too normal. I decided to walk a little deeper into the forest behind the cabin to see if the footprints led somewhere. The ground was covered with frost and leaves, but some of the prints were clear enough to follow. They led between the trees, weaving through them like someone wanted to stay hidden. I followed them for several minutes until I reached a small clearing. There, on the ground, was a pile of trash, wrappers, a torn jacket, empty bottles. Signs that someone had been staying there recently. When I crouched down to take a closer look, I saw something else among the trash. A pair of footprints much deeper and fresher than the others. They faced toward the cabin. It became clear someone had been living in the forest near the cabin long before I arrived. Someone who had no reason to be there except their own. My stomach tightened harder. I walked back to the cabin faster than before, checking over my shoulder every few seconds even though I didn't see anyone. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door again even though it was daytime. The rest of the day felt tense. I stayed inside most of the time, only stepping out briefly once in the afternoon to check if anything had changed. That night, I made sure the stove was burning strong, and I kept every window locked. I sat on the bed with the flashlight in my hand. The forest outside was totally dark again, and the cold pushed against the thin windows. I didn't lie down this time. I stayed sitting, listening carefully. A few hours passed. The fire crackled. The wind pushed the branches. For a moment, I thought maybe the person had moved on. Maybe they had no interest in me. Maybe they were only passing through and had no reason to come back. But then, when the night was at its deepest point, I heard it again. One single crunch outside, then another. Slow, steady, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin. My hands shook as I held the flashlight. My breath got tight in my chest. The footsteps moved around the side of the cabin, then paused again near the same window as the night before. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. The steps stayed there for a long time, just standing, just listening, just watching. Then, after a long moment, the steps moved again, slowly fading into the forest. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I packed my things as fast as I could. The footprints outside were deeper than before, and this time they led straight from the treeline to the window and back again. The person wasn't trying to hide anymore. They had been getting closer every night, watching the cabin more boldly each time. When I put my bags in the car and got ready to leave, I looked at the forest one last time. The trees stood still, but the silence around them felt different, like something was waiting behind them. I didn't waste time. I got in the car, started the engine, and drove down the long dirt path until I reached the main road. Only when the cabin disappeared behind the distance did the tight feeling in my chest start to ease. But the thought of someone standing near the window at night stayed in my mind long after I left. Ending clear plus realistic. When I finally reached home later that day, I called the cabin owner to tell him what I saw. He told me he had fired the caretaker 2 months earlier because the man refused to leave the property and kept staying somewhere in the woods behind the cabin. He said the man had mental issues and sometimes wandered around at night. He thought the man had finally left for good, but he wasn't sure. Hearing that made the fear I felt inside the cabin make more sense, but it also made everything worse because it meant the person walking around the cabin at night wasn't a random stranger. It was someone who knew the place very well, someone who had lived there and refused to leave. I didn't go back to the cabin. The owner messaged me days later saying he checked the property and found signs that someone had been sleeping in the woods. He didn't see the man, but he saw fresh footprints and some of the trash I saw before. He said he wouldn't rent the cabin to anyone until he figured out what to do. I still think about those nights sometimes, about how close the man got to the window, about how long he stood there, listening to my movements inside the cabin, about how he circled the place slowly, as if trying to study everything about me. I think about the quiet of the forest, the cold of the air, and the feeling of being watched by someone who didn't want to be seen. And every time I do, the same thought hits me. If I hadn't left that morning, the footsteps might not have stopped at the window the next night. They might have come to the door. And if that had happened, I don't know if I would have made it out of that cabin at all. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, the chance to disconnect from everything for a week. The cabin was deep in the forest, far from roads, stores, and any kind of regular human presence. I had chosen it because I wanted silence, the kind of silence that presses on your ears and makes every small sound feel enormous. I didn't want comfort or luxury. I wanted isolation, the rawness of being completely alone with only myself and the land around me. I arrived late afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the thick pines. The last stretch of road was nothing more than a dirt track, narrow and bumpy, lined with overgrown bushes that scratched at my car as I drove past. The GPS had stopped working long before the cabin, leaving only the memory of the route I had printed weeks before. By the time I saw the clearing where the cabin sat, my shoulders were tight, my hands sore from gripping the wheel. The cabin looked like it belonged to another time. Its wooden walls were weathered, the roof sagging slightly in the middle. There was no electricity, no water connection, just a small metal chimney hinting at the wood stove inside. I parked and stepped out, feeling the first true weight of the forest pressing down on me, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp soil. I unloaded the car slowly, each step deliberate. I wanted to take it all in. The forest stretched endlessly on all sides, the trees tall and silent, their tops brushing against the fading light. The air was cool but not cold, carrying the smell of wet leaves and old wood. I could hear the faint trickle of a stream somewhere nearby, and the occasional rustle of something moving in the underbrush. Nothing dangerous yet, but the sound made me alert, my senses sharpening in a way they never did in the city. Inside, the cabin was small but solid. A single room served as living area, bedroom, and kitchen. A wood stove sat in the corner, blackened from years of use. A metal bucket by the sink hinted at fetching water from the stream. I dropped my bags and let myself take a slow breath. No one else was here. No noises from cars, dogs, or neighbors. Only the faint crackling of the old wooden floor under my feet. I spent the next hour exploring, opening cabinets, checking the fireplace, peering out windows. Everything seemed as it should. I made a fire, using the small stack of wood left by whoever maintained the cabin, and sat near it, watching the flames dance. Night fell quickly. The forest around me became almost physically dark, the trees swallowing the remaining light. I realized how completely alone I was when I tried to call my phone. No signal, not even a hint. I was grateful in one sense, but also slightly uneasy. If something happened, I would have to handle it myself. I went to bed early, the thin mattress hard under me, the blankets thin but enough to keep the chill from creeping into my bones. I slept lightly, aware of every creak and rustle outside. The next morning I woke early. The sun had barely risen, but light filtered through the canopy, dappled and green. I stepped outside and immediately noticed something off. The fire pit outside the cabin, which I had built and cleaned the day before, had a small pile of ashes in it that I didn't remember making. Not just ashes, but remnants of partially burned wood I hadn't touched. My stomach tightened. I went inside to check the doors and windows. Everything was locked as it should be. Nothing seemed missing. It was probably just an animal, a deer or a raccoon, I told myself, but the thought didn't sit right. That day, I went for a short walk, following the stream I had heard the day before. It twisted and turned through the trees, crystal clear and icy cold. I filled a bottle and drank, savoring the sharp taste of pure water. As I walked further, I noticed small things that made my heart rate increase. Footprints, human-sized, partially washed away in the mud. They didn't make a pattern that suggested someone was camping. They were too random, scattered. I followed them for a bit, keeping my senses sharp, then decided to head back before I wandered too far. The forest felt more alive than I had imagined, every rustle and snap making me jump. Returning to the cabin, I felt the weight of isolation even more. It was afternoon, but the forest was already cooling, shadows deepening around the edges of the clearing. I rebuilt the fire in the stove and sat staring at it, listening. That night, I slept even less. Every small noise, the wind brushing the trees, a branch falling somewhere in the distance, the creek babbling, felt like it had a purpose. My mind began to imagine shapes moving just beyond my vision. I stayed awake, trying to convince myself of the obvious. It was just the forest, nothing else. But the fear persisted, gnawing at the edges of my rational thoughts. The following days were a pattern of isolation, tension, and careful observation. Each morning I explored, marking landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. Each night I went through the same ritual, checking the doors, closing windows, building a fire. Slowly, the tension built, an almost physical pressure I could not shake. One evening, I noticed something new. A rock placed on the edge of the cabin porch, perfectly balanced. I didn't put it there. I remembered clearly. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to think logically. Animals didn't balance rocks. Could it be a human? That thought made me realize something I had avoided. I was not alone in this forest. I spent the next day inspecting the area more thoroughly, noting paths, disturbances in the underbrush, even signs of makeshift campfires deeper in the woods. Everything was just out of sight but close enough that I could sense it. Fear turned into calculation. I made small defenses. I reinforced the door, propped sticks against weak points in the walls, cleared brush around the cabin so I could see anyone approaching. The feeling of being watched never left. By the third night, every sound was amplified. The wind through the trees sounded like whispers. A branch cracking made me leap. I slept with one eye open, a heavy branch at my side for protection, my ears straining for any signal of movement outside. On the fifth day, something definitive happened. Early morning, before the sun had fully risen, I heard voices. Not loud, not clear words, but murmurs, low enough that I couldn't make out what was being said. They were close, just beyond the treeline. My first instinct was panic, but I forced myself to stay still, to listen, to analyze. The voices faded after a few minutes, but I now knew without question. Someone else was in the forest, close enough to reach the cabin if they wanted. I spent the day planning. I rationed my food, thinking of escape routes, mapping out paths back to civilization I had memorized weeks before. Every rustle in the underbrush made me tense, but I didn't panic. I knew I had to survive and get out of the forest safely. I prepared the cabin to give the impression that I was not home in case anyone approached. I covered tracks, stacked wood in odd places, even scattered the bedding on the floor to make it seem as though I was elsewhere in the cabin. The sixth night was the worst. I heard movement all around the cabin, not just close by, but circling. It lasted hours. The faint smell of smoke drifted in from somewhere outside. I couldn't see anything in the dark forest, and I stayed completely still, listening to every sound. My body ached from tension and lack of proper sleep. But I survived the night, and morning finally came. I waited until full daylight, then moved quietly to inspect the area. Tracks led directly to the stream I had used for water, and I realized whoever was there had been observing me for days, testing boundaries. I knew I could not stay any longer. I packed only the essentials and began moving quietly toward the main dirt road, following the landmarks I had memorized. The forest felt alive with unseen watchers, but I forced myself to remain calm, moving slowly, listening, avoiding clear paths, using the underbrush as cover. It was exhausting, but I had no choice. By evening, I reached a small clearing I remembered from my map, a place where I could see the dirt track clearly. No one was there. I ran, my legs burning, until finally, the trees thinned, and I saw headlights in the distance. A car came down the road. I flagged it down, collapsing against the door, breathless and shaking. The driver called the local authorities, and I gave them a full account. They returned to the forest, but no one was found. It seemed that whoever had been near the cabin had left quietly, leaving no trace. The sense of being hunted never fully left me, even after I returned home. But I was alive. I had survived, and the cabin, the forest, the terror of isolation and unknown watchers, all remained vivid in my mind. I knew I would never return, but I also knew I had faced something primal and survived purely through observation, patience, and careful planning. The fear was real, the threat was real, and the forest had tested me, and I had passed alive and intact. I didn't mean for it to happen. That's what I keep telling myself. I came to the cabin in the woods for the same reason I always go somewhere isolated, to get away from everything. Work, life, responsibilities, people. It all felt like it was pressing down on me from every direction, and I wanted to escape, just for a few days. I had planned it carefully. The cabin wasn't far from the main road, maybe 20 miles, tucked into a hollow where the trees grew thick and tall, blocking out the wind and most of the light. I had read the directions online, seen pictures of the place, and thought I knew exactly what I was walking into. When I arrived, the forest smelled sharp, wet, and earthy. Rain had passed through the night before, leaving the ground soft and the leaves glistening. The cabin was small, made of dark logs that had weathered over the years. Moss had taken root along the edges of the roof, and the windows were dusty, clouded with condensation. I parked my car on the narrow dirt path, stepped out, and felt the air press against me, heavier than I expected. The silence was immediate, like a thick blanket, and I realized how much sound I had carried with me from the road. The faint hum of engines, the distant shouts of people, the constant low noise of civilization. All of that was gone now, replaced with birds calling, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional crack of a branch. I carried my bag inside and set it down on the rough wooden floor. The interior smelled of old wood, damp earth, and something faintly like mildew. It wasn't unpleasant, just alive. The cabin was empty when I arrived. No furniture except a table in the corner, a chair, and a small bed in the far corner. There was a stove, black with soot, and a sink that looked like it hadn't been used in months. I unpacked my things, laid out my sleeping bag and blankets, and went through my supplies. Food, water, a small first aid kit, and a lantern. I had a flashlight, but I liked having the lantern. It made the room feel warmer, safer somehow. The first day passed without incident. I explored the area around the cabin, walked along the narrow paths between the trees, and watched the way the light shifted through the canopy. I saw tracks in the mud, probably deer or raccoon, and the occasional glimpse of a fox or rabbit. Everything was quiet except for the natural sounds of the forest. At night, I lit the lantern and sat near the window, staring out into the darkness. The woods seemed to go on forever. There was no other cabin in sight, no light, nothing that suggested someone else was nearby, and for a while that was comforting. The second day, I decided to hike further. There was a small creek a mile away, the map said, and I wanted to see it. I packed a small bag with water, some food, and my flashlight, and followed the narrow trail that wound through the trees. It was slow going. The path wasn't maintained, and branches and roots caught my feet at every step. By the time I reached the creek, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The water ran clear and cold, moving over smooth stones, and the sound of it alone felt like a kind of relief, a constant I could rely on. I filled my bottle, drank, and sat on a rock for a while, watching the water. When I headed back, I noticed the light had faded more quickly than I expected. Shadows were long and deep, stretching across the forest floor. I didn't feel panicked, but I felt aware of every sound. The snap of a twig underfoot, the whisper of wind through the trees, the occasional thump of something falling somewhere off the path. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky was a deep indigo, and the first stars were appearing. I felt a sense of relief stepping inside, locking the door, and turning on the lantern. The cabin looked familiar, safe, but the shadows in the corners seemed sharper, longer than before. That night, I barely slept. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and I could hear the creak in the distance, louder than before. Somewhere out there, something was moving. At first, I thought it was an animal. That made sense. Deer, raccoon, maybe a fox. But then the noise changed. It wasn't a rustle in the leaves or a footstep in mud. It was deliberate, slow, measured. Something or someone was walking around the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened, straining to make out the sounds. The steps stopped for a moment, then started again, circling the cabin. My instincts screamed at me to stay still, to not make a sound. I grabbed the flashlight, held it in my hands, but didn't turn it on. I reached for the small flashlight I had left by the bed and shone it through the window. The beam caught nothing but the dense black of the forest. The porch was empty. My mind raced. Maybe an animal? A raccoon? But the sound of the steps didn't match the quick, light steps of small animals. These were heavier, deliberate, measured. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed awake, listening, clutching the flashlight, imagining the worst. I kept thinking about how isolated I was. There was no one for miles. If someone meant to harm me, I would have no warning beyond what I could hear. The next day, I forced myself to continue as though nothing had happened. I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe it was the neighbor, a hunter walking past. Maybe it had been the wind and my imagination. I kept busy, chopping firewood, cleaning the cabin, taking long walks along the river. But the feeling of being watched never left me. I noticed more things. The footpath along the back of the cabin looked recently used, branches bent as if someone had brushed through them. Small, odd things, nothing I could prove, but enough to keep my nerves on edge. By the fourth night, the anxiety had grown unbearable. I didn't hear the steps this time. I saw them. At first, just a shadow moving outside the window, distant among the trees. Then closer, creeping toward the cabin. I didn't know if it was a person or something else. My first instinct was to grab my bag and my small hunting knife I had brought along for emergencies. I crouched near the window, holding the knife as though it would protect me. I watched as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was human, dressed in dark clothing, moving cautiously. I felt the panic surge through me. I had no phone service, no neighbors, and no escape route other than the narrow road I had driven hours to reach. I stayed frozen for what felt like an eternity, and then the figure froze too, as if sensing my attention. I realized it was circling the cabin, trying to remain unseen while watching. My first thought was to run, but I knew it would be foolish. Outside, in the open, I would be easy prey. I needed a plan. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a pot, holding it in front of me like a shield. The figure paused at the edge of the clearing. Then, slowly, I remembered the gun I had brought in my car for safety. My heart thumped as I quietly moved to the window facing the road, watching the figure. Hours passed. I never saw the figure leave. I didn't sleep. By dawn, exhaustion had set in, and I had made a decision. I couldn't stay in the cabin another night. I packed quickly, leaving as little behind as possible, and slipped out the back door. I kept to the trees, moving cautiously toward my car. I avoided the main trail, worried the figure was still nearby. When I finally reached the car, I sat inside, trembling, and drove without looking back. The forest seemed to swallow the road behind me, and only after several miles did I start to feel a small sense of relief. I reported the incident to the local authorities once I reached a town with service. They noted that similar incidents had occurred in the area. Isolated cabins being watched, intruders sometimes entering when owners were away. They assured me that I had been lucky and that I had done the right thing by leaving immediately. The authorities sent a ranger to check the cabin a few days later. They found evidence of someone camping near the cabin. Footprints in the mud, a fire pit, and discarded food wrappers. There was no indication of theft or vandalism beyond minor disturbance, but it was clear someone had been monitoring the cabin for days. I never returned to that cabin. The memory stayed with me for years. I learned to respect the isolation I had sought, realizing how vulnerable it could make someone. I took lessons in self-defense, studied survival techniques, and always checked areas thoroughly before spending time alone. The experience, terrifying as it had been, left me more cautious, more aware, and surprisingly more confident in handling dangerous situations. I continued to visit remote areas, but never without preparation, never without keeping an exit plan and constant vigilance. What had been a dream of solitude became a lesson in survival, and I came to appreciate safety, caution, and awareness more than I ever had before. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of leaving the city behind, of driving into the mountains and finding a small, isolated cabin, had consumed my thoughts for weeks. I wanted silence, solitude, and the kind of space where the world felt far away. I wasn't expecting anything dangerous. I wasn't expecting fear. I was expecting calm. The kind of calm that makes your chest expand because there's no noise, no deadlines, no people. Just the wind in the trees, the smell of damp earth, and the faint crackle of a fire. That's what I wanted, and that's what I thought I would get. The cabin was tucked into a narrow valley, hidden behind tall pines that blocked the road from view. The GPS signal vanished about 10 minutes before I reached it, so I drove slowly, scanning for the unmarked trail that led to the small clearing. The road had become dirt, uneven and rocky, and I had to maneuver around fallen branches and washed-out sections. The car bounced and shook, and the tires skidded slightly on wet patches, but the air smelled clean and cool, and I felt a flicker of satisfaction. I had arrived somewhere completely removed from anything familiar. When I finally saw the cabin, I realized how small it actually was. It was a single-story wooden structure, unpainted and weathered by years of exposure. Moss had grown along the edges of the roof, and the windows were dark and reflective. It looked abandoned at first glance, but a narrow trail cleared of underbrush suggested someone had been there recently. I parked the car nearby and got out, stretching my legs and breathing in the scent of pine and wet soil. Inside, the cabin was dusty but functional. There was a small wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a few shelves lined with cans of food and jars of preserved goods. A single bed was pushed into a corner. The air smelled faintly of mold and damp wood, and I noticed that the floorboards creaked when I stepped on them. I didn't mind, felt honest, real. There was no electricity, no running water. The only light came from the small windows and the fire I planned to build. I spent the first day unpacking my gear and preparing the cabin. I stacked firewood near the stove, swept some of the dirt from the floor, and checked the windows and door locks. The mountains around me were silent except for the occasional bird call or rustle in the underbrush. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, taking note of the thick forest surrounding me. The further I went, the more I realized just how isolated I was. The nearest neighbors were likely miles away, and the only way in or out was the rough dirt trail. I liked that. At least I thought I did. That night, the silence felt complete. The wind pressed against the cabin walls, making the wood moan. I lit a small fire in the stove and watched the flames flicker across the rough-hewn walls. I ate some canned beans, washed them down with water from a jug I had brought, and sat back to take in the dark. The stars were bright, sharper than I'd ever seen, and I felt a strange kind of awe at their clarity. It was around 2 in the morning when I first noticed it. I had been half asleep, lying on the bed, listening to the wind and the occasional groan of the cabin, when I heard a snapping sound outside. It was subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the wind or a falling branch, but it repeated, snap, then a pause, snap, snap, louder this time. It sounded deliberate. My heart rate spiked, and I froze, listening intently. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal, maybe a deer or a bear moving through the trees. I had read about bears in the region, and while they usually avoided humans, the thought made my stomach churn. I stayed still for a long time, trying to distinguish sound from imagination, until finally it stopped. My adrenaline subsided slowly, and I told myself it was nothing. The mountains were full of life. This was expected. I eventually drifted back to sleep, but the unease lingered. Morning light filtered through the windows, and the world seemed calm again. I ate breakfast, poured a strong cup of coffee, and decided to hike the surrounding trails. I wanted to get a sense of the area, map my surroundings, and take some photos. The sun was low but warm, and the forest seemed alive with birdsong. I hiked a few miles, keeping track of my position relative to the cabin, and returned before noon. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, though I kept noticing broken branches and footprints that weren't mine. I dismissed them at first as animals, but they seemed oddly human in shape. By the third day, the isolation had started to weigh on me. It wasn't fear yet, just a creeping tension that made me notice every sound. The wind against the cabin felt sharper, the shadows longer. I began to hear things more clearly. Faint scratching at the windows, branches snapping closer than they should have been, and once, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps around the perimeter. I checked the doors and windows repeatedly, feeling a cold sweat each time. I had no phone signal, no radio, no way to call for help. The nearest road was miles away, and I realized that if someone were watching me, I wouldn't know it until it was too late. For the next 2 days, I tried to stay busy. I cleaned, I went further along the creek, I gathered firewood. I left small signals for myself, marks on trees, broken branches in certain spots, just to feel like I had control over the forest. At night, the footsteps continued. Sometimes I thought I saw a shadow moving between the trunks, always just at the edge of my vision. I stopped leaving the cabin to go far into the forest. I rarely went outside except to fetch water or check the perimeter. I had brought a small camping stove so I could cook inside. Each night, I kept the doors locked, windows shuttered, lights on, and knives within reach. Sleep was fitful, filled with dreams of someone crouched in the trees, watching me, waiting. On the fourth night, the presence escalated. It wasn't just the footsteps now. I heard breathing, low and uneven, coming from outside the cabin. It was slow at first, then faster, as if the person was pacing. My fear escalated into a physical sensation, a pressure in my chest, my hands shaking as I gripped the knife. Couldn't ignore it. The forest had become a cage. I thought of every possible escape route, every possible scenario. But the cabin was isolated, the roads blocked by snow, and there was no phone signal. Panic clawed at me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I went to check the perimeter and found more footprints, circling the cabin. They were careful, deliberate, almost methodical. Whoever this was knew the cabin and how to move quietly. That realization made me understand something terrifying. I was being watched constantly, not by accident, but intentionally. By the 5th day, I made a plan. I couldn't wait for someone to stumble across me by chance. I needed to leave the cabin and find safety. I spent the morning packing my things, making sure I had water, food, my flashlight, and extra layers. I stayed quiet, listening for any sounds. I noticed that the tracks outside were still there, circling, sometimes closer than before. Whoever it was seemed to be waiting. I stayed inside until late morning, then decided to make a break for it. I knew the main road wasn't far, maybe 5 miles, and if I moved fast, I could make it before anyone intercepted me. I left one of the cabin windows cracked just slightly, enough for light to escape, to make it look like I was still there. Then I started moving through the trees toward the road. My heart pounded in my ears. Every snap of a twig made me freeze. I kept my knife in one hand and flashlight in the other. Snow muffled my footsteps, but I could still hear someone, or something, moving behind me. I didn't dare look back. I forced myself to keep moving, counting each step, thinking of every directional landmark I had memorized on my approach. After what felt like hours, but was probably an hour, I emerged onto the gravel road. Relief flooded me. I knew I had a chance now. I kept running, heading downhill, following the winding road. The sun was low now, casting long shadows, but I kept going. Eventually, I saw headlights in the distance. I ran into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle slowed, and I ran toward it, waving and shouting. The driver stopped, and I collapsed near the car, shivering, exhausted, terrified. The driver called the police, and I explained as best as I could, though I didn't have much to explain. When they arrived, they drove me back to the cabin, but the footprints and the signs of someone being there were gone. The officers searched the surrounding forest, but there was no sign of anyone. It was as if the intruder had vanished completely, leaving only evidence that I had been watched for days. In the aftermath, I stayed with friends in town. I couldn't go back to the cabin alone, and I didn't want to. The owner told me no one had reported anything unusual, and the police suggested it might have been a transient or someone familiar with the area. I never found out who or why. I realized afterward that I had been lucky. Every precaution I had taken, keeping track of the windows, checking the perimeter, marking the trees, had likely saved me. If I had left carelessly or ignored the signs, the outcome could have been worse. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of those footprints circling the cabin, the sense of being watched, and the cold pressure of fear that had accompanied me through the forest. I thought about what could have happened if I had stayed longer or gone deeper into the woods. I also realized that fear, even when it seems irrational, is often grounded in something real. The forest, so beautiful and quiet, had concealed danger. That experience stayed with me, a reminder of the fragility of isolation and the importance of caution. It didn't stop me from seeking solitude eventually, but it changed the way I approached it. I never returned to that cabin, and I made sure to always let someone know exactly where I was going, to carry backup communication devices, and to trust my instincts when something felt off. I never saw the person again. I never heard from them, but sometimes, when I'm alone in a forest, I can't help but think about the footprints, circling, patient, deliberate, and waiting. And I remember how close I had come to being caught, how my own preparation and vigilance were the only things that kept me safe. That cabin in the woods remains in my mind as a place of both beauty and danger, a reminder that even in solitude, one is never truly alone if someone is watching. I had been driving for hours on a winding, narrow road that cut through the dense forest. The late afternoon sun barely reached through the thick canopy above, and I felt the familiar weight of solitude settling in the car. I wasn't supposed to be out here alone, not on a road this isolated, but my stubbornness and my need to escape the constant noise of the city had pushed me forward. My destination was a small cabin I had rented for a week, perched at the edge of the forest near a shallow river. The description online promised peace, isolation, and a place to think without interruptions. I had imagined myself writing, reading, walking through the woods, and breathing air that didn't smell like exhaust and concrete. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was just dipping below the horizon, and the shadows of the trees stretched across the small clearing like long, dark fingers. The cabin looked as the photos had shown. Modest, made of old wood, a simple chimney, and a small porch with a sagging roof. It had no electricity beyond a few outlets, and the owner had warned me that cell service was unreliable, so I had made peace with the idea that I'd be completely cut off. I unloaded the car, carrying my bag, my notebooks, and a small backpack filled with essentials. As I walked up the creaking porch steps, I noticed that the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. It wasn't unpleasant. It was a raw, natural smell that reminded me how far away from the city I truly was. The cabin door opened with a creak that sounded louder than it should have in the quiet. Inside, the cabin was small but functional. There was a kitchen area with a wood stove, a tiny sink, and shelves that held basic cookware. The bedroom had a single bed with a faded quilt, a small dresser, and a window that overlooked the trees. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and I noted that the corners of the cabin were dark, the shadows clinging stubbornly even as I turned on the small battery-powered lantern I had brought with me. The first night passed without incident. I lit the stove, cooked a simple meal, and sat in the dim light reading. The forest outside was alive with sounds. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the occasional snap of a branch. It was soothing at first, the kind of natural white noise I had longed for. But as darkness deepened and my eyes grew tired, I began to notice the subtle irregularities. A snap that was too close, a movement at the edge of the window. I told myself it was the wind, or a deer passing through the clearing, or my imagination fueled by being alone. By the second day, I had begun exploring the surroundings. The river was shallow and clear, with stones scattered along the bank. I walked along the water for nearly an hour, listening to the rush of water and watching small fish dart among the rocks. On the way back, I noticed a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. It wasn't on any map, but curiosity pulled me toward it. The trail was rough, lined with dense undergrowth, and the ground was soft and muddy from recent rain. I followed it for a while until I reached a small rise that overlooked the cabin. From there, the isolation hit me fully. The cabin seemed tiny, almost fragile among the trees, and I realized how exposed I was if anything or anyone were to approach. That thought made my stomach tighten, but I brushed it off as paranoia. The third night was when things began to feel different. I had gone to bed early, exhausted from walking and carrying firewood back from a pile near the river. The cabin was dark except for the faint glow of the lantern on the table. Around midnight, I woke to a faint noise outside. First, I thought it was the wind. Then I realized the noise was irregular, a soft but deliberate sound of movement across the porch. My heart started to pound. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again. A slow, careful step, then a pause, then another step. Someone was walking outside. I checked the window from inside. Nothing looked out of place. But knowing someone had stood there for so long made me feel like the cabin was not a place of safety anymore. I tried to keep myself calm, but every bone in my body felt tense. I felt like leaving right away, but the trail that led back to my car was long, and the forest was thick. If the stranger was nearby, I would be out in the open the whole time. I wasn't sure if that was safer. I stayed inside most of the day, checking every corner of the cabin as if something might have changed there too. I made sure the stove was burning well because the air felt colder than before. I kept the curtains closed. I breathed slowly and tried to think about what I had to do. I made a plan to leave the next morning after packing everything before the sun rose. I thought it would be safer to travel in daylight, even if it meant staying another night. That night was the worst one yet. I lay in bed fully awake, staring at the ceiling and feeling the darkness pressing against the cabin. I didn't light any candles because I didn't want to give away where I was inside. I listened to every sound and tried to separate the normal ones from anything that shouldn't be there. I heard the wind, the gentle scrape of branches, the creaks of the wood. At one point I thought I heard something soft brushing against the outside wall, but I couldn't be fully sure. It was hard to tell what was real and what my mind was turning into danger because of fear. Hours passed like that, slow and heavy. My body felt frozen in place because moving even a little made the bed creak. I tried to breathe quietly. I tried to imagine the sun rising. I tried to imagine leaving. At some point, exhaustion forced me to close my eyes even though fear stayed sharp inside me. I woke up to silence, a deeper silence than before. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside into a thin layer of frozen air. The prints were there again, fresh and clear, but something about them made my chest tighten even more. They were closer to the door this time. One set went around the cabin like usual, but the other stopped directly in front of the door, as if the person had been standing there quietly for a long time. And the most disturbing part was that a third set of prints appeared. This set came from the opposite direction, a different route through the trees. Two people had come during the night. I didn't know if they arrived together or separately. The prints came from different angles but met near the corner of the cabin, like the two strangers had stood there facing each other before continuing their strange paths. It felt like they were getting bolder, coming closer each night, standing longer, observing the cabin with more intention. I didn't know why. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were watching me. The isolation that I once wanted now felt like a trap. I packed everything quickly, stuffing clothes and tools and food into my bags without caring about the order. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't check the generator. I didn't clean the dishes. I just wanted to leave. I stepped onto the narrow trail that led through the forest toward the old service road where my car was parked. The air was cold enough that each breath felt like it was scraping the inside of my chest. The forest looked darker than it should have in the morning. I kept looking over my shoulder every few steps, expecting to see someone following. The branches overhead blocked the sky, and the wind felt like it was pushing me forward faster. The deeper I walked into the forest, the more it felt like something was behind me. I didn't hear any footsteps, but the silence felt pressed in, thick and tight. I kept imagining the stranger or strangers, walking behind the trees, keeping pace with me, staying out of sight but always watching. Each time I thought about stopping to catch my breath, fear kept me moving. The trail was long, and the uneven ground made my legs ache. I didn't stop once. I didn't even slow down. I kept my eyes on the thin line of dirt that guided me and kept walking. When I finally reached the old service road, I felt a tiny bit of relief, but it didn't last long. The forest bordered the entire length of the road, and the shadows between the trees looked deeper than before. When I reached my car, my hands were shaking so hard that I struggled to get the keys out of my pocket. The cold metal of the door handle made my fingers sting. Once I got inside the car, I locked the doors immediately. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, waiting for the shaking in my hands to calm down. Then I started the engine and drove away without looking back. I kept expecting to see someone in my rearview mirror, stepping out of the forest and watching me leave. But I didn't see anyone. When I reached the main road, the relief finally began to settle in. I drove for nearly an hour before I stopped at a gas station and stepped out to stretch my legs. The normal sounds of cars and people moving around felt strange, almost foreign after the silence of the forest. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't report it. I didn't go back to the cabin or ask anyone about it. I didn't want to hear that someone else had experienced something similar. I didn't want to know if the strangers kept coming back even after I left. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was nothing. Maybe someone else was staying in the area and happened to walk near the cabin at night. But the way the prints circled the cabin, the way they got closer each time, the way they stopped at the door and the window, none of that felt like coincidence. Weeks passed, then months. Life returned to something close to normal. But sometimes when I wake up at night, I think about the prints. I think about how silent the footsteps must have been for someone to walk so close without me hearing anything. I imagine someone standing right outside my door, listening to me breathe, watching the faint light of the candle through a crack in the curtain. The thought that stays with me the most, though, is that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. They hadn't tried to steal anything or hurt me. They just watched. They watched for 3 nights in a row. And the third night, there were 2 of them. I don't know if they knew I was there from the beginning or if they found out by chance. I don't know if they planned something or if watching was enough for them. But I do know this. If I had stayed one more night, if I had ignored the feeling pushing me to leave, something might have changed. The prints had moved from the trees to the walls, from the walls to the window, from the window to the door. The pattern was growing. Each night the strangers were a little closer, a little bolder. And the last set of prints made it clear that I was no longer dealing with one person alone. I think leaving that morning was the only thing that kept the pattern from reaching whatever came next. And that is why I have never gone back to a cabin alone again. I went to the cabin because I needed a place where my thoughts could slow down. I had been working too much, barely sleeping, and every small sound in my apartment felt louder than it used to. I wanted quiet, real quiet, the kind that came from being far away from people and cars and anything that demanded attention. I chose a cabin that stood alone in a thick forest, several kilometers away from the closest road. The place belonged to a friend of a friend. I had been told that it wasn't fancy but strong enough for cold weather and isolated enough that I would not see anyone unless I walked for hours. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin was a simple wooden structure, dark brown from age, with a small porch in the front and a thick metal door that looked too heavy for such a small building. The forest was dense around it. Tall pine trees stood almost shoulder to shoulder, their branches hanging close enough that the wind made them rub together and create long, soft, scraping sounds. The ground was a mix of hard dirt and patches of dead leaves. There were no other structures in sight. Even when I looked from the highest point near the cabin, I saw nothing but trees stretching in every direction. On my first day, everything felt calm. I unpacked my bags, filled the water tank with the filtered water cubes I had brought, stacked firewood near the stove, and checked the generator, though I planned to use candles most of the time. I liked the look of the candlelight on the wooden walls. It made everything feel warm and still. I kept the windows closed because the air outside was colder than I expected, and because insects were already starting to gather near the cabin walls as night approached. By the time I finished organizing, the sun had dipped behind the trees, and shadows filled the open spaces between the trunks. The forest got dark fast, in a way I wasn't used to. I sat inside, listening to the soft tick of cooling metal from the stove and the faint rustling of branches outside. I felt a kind of peace that I hadn't felt in months. I went to sleep that night without any trouble. The next morning, when I stepped outside to stretch and breathe the cold air, I noticed something on the ground near the front steps. At first I thought they were marks from animals, maybe deer or a stray dog. But as I walked closer and crouched down, I realized they were footprints. Human footprints. They were made by boots, a size probably close to mine, maybe a little bigger. They came from the direction of the trees, crossed right in front of the porch, and then circled the cabin before disappearing back into the forest. I stood there staring at them, trying to figure out why anyone would walk around the cabin. I hadn't heard anything during the night. No footsteps, no branches snapping, no sound of someone moving close to the walls. And the prints weren't old. They hadn't been smudged or filled with leaves. The edges of each print were sharp and clean. Whoever made them had been there recently, maybe only hours before I woke up. At first I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was someone hiking through the area. Maybe they were looking for something or checking the land. Could have been anyone. I tried to convince myself that nothing was wrong. But the shape of the prints bothered me. They didn't look like the kind made by a person casually passing by. They went around the cabin slowly, almost like the person had been walking close to the walls on purpose. I spent the day trying to ignore it. I chopped some wood, walked around the area to explore a little, and made a simple meal on the stove. But my thoughts kept going back to the prints. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to see someone between the trees. Each time the wind pushed branches aside, I felt my chest tighten a little. I told myself I was just tired, maybe overthinking, but the feeling didn't fade. When night came, I tried to fall asleep, but my mind kept circling the same worry. I lay in bed staring at the wooden ceiling, listening to every small sound the forest made. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped. The wind pressed against the walls and made a low hum that rose and fell, sometimes sounding like footsteps far away. Every time the fire shifted and the wood cracked, my body tensed. I probably fell asleep sometime after midnight, and when I stepped outside the next morning, the air felt even colder, and the sky was pale gray. The ground had a thin layer of frost that made the footprints even more visible. There were fresh ones, the same size, the same shape, the same path. They came out of the woods, circled the cabin again, and left the same way. Seeing them for the second time hit differently. Now I knew it wasn't some random hiker. Whoever it was had come back during the night, walked around the cabin again, and left without making a sound. I didn't know if the person had been watching me or if they had tried to look through the windows or if they had even gotten close to the door. I checked the door lock and the window latches, but nothing had been touched. Everything looked normal except for those prints. I walked a little way into the forest, following the direction the prints led, but they faded quickly where the frost thinned. The ground in the deeper part of the forest was harder and covered with leaves. I couldn't track anything there. The trees had blocked most of the frost from settling, and the shade kept everything dark, even in the morning. After a few minutes, I felt uneasy and went back to the cabin. That day I kept myself busy, but the feeling of being watched slowly grew. It felt like the trees were holding someone behind them, someone staying just out of sight. Every time I stepped around the side of the cabin, I expected to see someone standing there. I checked the windows constantly, trying to see if anything moved in the woods. At one point, I thought I saw something pale between the trees, but when I looked harder, it was gone. It might have been a patch of dead bark or a trick of the light. I didn't know. The tension built so much that I barely ate dinner. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, watching the door. I didn't hear anything through the night except the wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. Eventually, I dozed off and woke up with a stiff neck. As soon as I stepped outside in the morning, I felt a cold, sinking feeling in my stomach. There were new prints again,